Make sure this mic's working. Make sure all of this stuff here is working. Now, I'm getting this set up, folks. Apologies. I'm working on it. I'm getting it. Trying to. We're having an excellent conversation on PERTH Observer's live stream. And I am going to go ahead and put a link to her channel in the description. Or actually, I'm going to go ahead and throw it in this chat box so that, well, bear with me, folks. Apologies. We're actually having a conversation. Interesting.
Give me a minute. I'll be right with you.
Okay.
Bathroom break.
All right. Actually, go put PERTH's channel in the chat for anybody. I recommend anyone that sees my chat either now or that sees this live stream after this live stream is concluded or over. Check out PERTH Observer. Excellent friend, very informative, just a plethora of good information, and just an all-around general good person. I'm not just saying that if she happens to be listening, just an excellent friend. Probably have some other people be on this panel here momentarily. And, you know, we all learn and grow together, folks. A lot of times our situations seem to be a lot more perilous than what they probably have to be. Two heads are better than one. It's through camaraderie. It's through unification. It's through getting on the same page, finding that common ground by any means necessary that we can figure this shit out together. No, we're not going to fix nothing overnight, and we got a long road ahead of us. But I do know, and I do feel strongly that if we could all put our personal differences and all that bullshit, our rabbit holes and our agendas, our fucking pathetic qualms and greed and everything aside and find the common ground that unites us all, we could in fact unite. And that's where ideologies such as United We Stand would come into play and have more power. Yeah, I'm linking chat. Here I am being all long-winded and shit. Okay, no, that's the wrong one. That's your channel. Oh, find it. How do I find it? Oh, here we go. And anybody jump on this panel. That last link that I just placed in the chat was for PERTH Observer's channel. Here is the link, Delcor, PERTH. Anybody else that wants to jump on, hey, feel free. I won't bite. Not very hard. And unless you tell me to. Hey, that's the only types of stuff you're only supposed to say to girls when you watch Netflix and chill. Oh, never mind. X that last comment. Delete that. I probably shouldn't even be thinking that. I could get my mind out of the gutter. Why? It's that supermoon. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Every fuck up I make the rest of this day, I'm going to blame on that supermoon. Supermoon, meaning the moon is like 7% closer than it ever is any other time. Hence, supermoon. Not only is the moon full, not only does it appear larger and brighter, it's closer than it is at any other time.
Hey, dude, I got to go take a piss, and I'll be right there.
Well, if you was a fortunate motherfucker, you could just pee off the porch like us normal folk do in the woods. See, folks, not everybody has the ability to just walk outside, unzip the zipper, take the penis out, and piss wherever they see fit. That's a privilege that only comes when you're living naturally, off the land. In some instances, you people nowadays have to register as a sex offender if you're caught urinating in public. You realize that? There are states that require you to register as a sex offender if caught urinating in public. As crazy as that may sound, I'm not making that up either. Let's see who all's in the chat so far. Perth. I dropped a link in chat. Perth Observer, Dale Core. Cheers.
I'm on your brain, but I'm going to mute you for probably about 15, 20, and I'll be back, yeah?
Yeah. You're more than welcome to do so. I'll be right there, holding down the fort. Let me see who else I can get to pop into this chat. Let me see if I can get some of the other... I want to get the purple dude. I've had the gray dudes and the blue dudes. I want to try to get some of these purple dudes and some of these other colors in here. That way it doesn't seem like I'm trying to discriminate against any one color dude. Or dudette. You know, because sometimes they're not just dudes. We've got dudettes. Move this camera. We got to turn the porch cam. The porch pier cam. Move it a little bit. Move the porch pier cam. That way we can see not just the dirty carpet because of the cats running ape shit. This way you can see some of the action. Because on occasion, you'll see these black ass cats run 100 miles an hour. Yes. They run marathon races 3 times nightly. It's a lot of fun. It's entertaining. It's good for morale. It's good for exercise, calisthenics, you know, keep them in shape. I'd love to pull some music up and put it in chat, but I probably shouldn't do that. It gets me in trouble every time, so I'm not going to. I hope that this live stream finds everyone well, everyone in positive, or not necessarily positive, but at least neutral or positive spirits and in a good mood. I did drop a link in the Hangouts, but I will re-drop it for you sound minds right here. Give me 1 second. Up there. Popping it into the chat now. Oh, link out on Hangouts. Okay, I see what you're saying. There's Hangouts. There's, let me see. And here's, what the fuck? I can't say fuck. I can't say fuck. I'm on live on YouTube. I just said fuck live on YouTube. I hope I don't get in trouble for saying fuck on YouTube. Especially considering I did not title this video over 18. If some 17-and-a-half-year-old hears me say fuck and gets offended, please don't report me. I'm sorry that my saying fuck is fucking offensive and that you fucking can't stand hearing fucking dirty, white, trashy people saying fuck all the time. I guess you should probably get your feelings off your fucking shirt sleeves. Everybody muted. I didn't mute nobody, did I? It's like, I'm pulling another box over here. Sound Minds, I have dropped a link in here as well as in Hangouts. But I don't know if I did it in the right Hangouts.
It's all right. Perth got me on. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I made the effort.
No, it wouldn't show up. That was a weird thing. I don't know if it was an old chatter or an old Hangout somewhere down the line, but it wouldn't show up.
It's possible. It's entirely possible. I give up trying to figure it out. I mean, this stuff, you think you have it all figured out, and then you use it the next day, and it's completely different. It's almost as if we're not controlling it. That's a sick thought. However, I fear that thought may be more accurate than most. we needed the AI, or so we thought. We built the AI because it's what we perceived we needed.
Hey, in a moment, I'd like to say something. I kind of need to say something. So, but there's like a 15-second lag. So let me know, because I don't want to like talk over anyone.
Go ahead. Go right on ahead. You're welcome to do so now.
Okay. I'm not quite sure how to word this. This is just like off the top of my head, but this is basically directed at, well, the people who hear it will know who it's directed at. Some of the people in this panel I met about a year ago, and if any of my statements or actions ever hurt anyone or offended anyone, I sincerely apologize for that. It was never my intent to hurt anybody. And so I just want to apologize for any hurt feelings or misunderstandings.
Did you happen to catch what I just wrote in the in my chat box on the YouTube channel? and I don't know if I don't know. My mind is probably in the wrong place.
You dropped out, Heath.
Yeah, that was. Where's Jinxie at? That may be coming across the wrong way. I have to ask. Where is she at? That's what I need to do. I need to go on a hunt. Oh, I only say that because all of us, we're all friends. Even when we fucking cuss each other and talk shit about each other and think that we're enemies, at the end of the day, we're all the same. We know we're all the same. We go through such fucking great lengths to try to distinguish ourselves as being so fucking different, because what we're hiding from is we're the same. No. That dude over there is a fucking Muslim and I'm a Christian. We're completely different. No, you're not. You're the same. Painting a picture in a world in which they're so completely different than you is how you're able to feel comfortable with how much alike you really are. And it's stupid because the very things that we run from are the very things that we should all embrace. It's the only way that we're ever going to tackle anything. Two heads are better than one, always. I love it when I'm doing something and I just know I know what I'm doing, and I've hit myself in the thumb with a hammer. And you know what happens when you hit yourself in the thumb with a hammer? 5 minutes later, you hit your same thumb with the same hammer the same way. But I know what I'm doing. I got this. Leave me the fuck alone. I know what I'm doing. And then all of a sudden somebody that pops up. Well, you ain't fixing to fucking run this shit. I'm fucking this duck. You just stay out of it. I got this. And all of a sudden, I don't hit myself in the thumb with the hammer no more. Well, you might have helped me, but I would have did it this way, that way. The truth is, we're all the fucking same. And all this excuses and the fucking bullshit to hide our fear of acknowledging that we're all the same. It just doesn't get us anywhere.
Dude, I use that analogy all the time. Spot on.
But because, see, when we're able to come to the point where we can admit that we're the same, then we have to admit some other things that go along with that. I think my way is the best way. And more times than not, your way is in fact better than my way. And we can accomplish more because everything is perception. Everything. I mean, what do we actually, any of us, know? It's all perception. Stick your finger in a light socket. Is that bad energy that shocked you? No. But I'll tell you what, you stick your finger in a light socket, it fucking hurts like hell. That shit fucking lights you up, and it is not fun. It's not bad. It's just energy. That same energy. You're laying there, you done collapsed on the fucking, on the floor. You're going to be wishing and hoping that some other motherfucker comes along with that same energy and zaps you. Is that good energy or bad energy? It's all perception, how we perceive things. And when you get more of those perceptions together, then you're able, when you're picking the lesser of two evils, when you're picking, there's more than one ways to skin a cat, or whatever, and you're trying to figure out what needs done, you've got more to go on when you're making those determinations. And those additional perceptions will always benefit all parties involved. It's something we should embrace, as opposed to using the few superficial, minute details, distinguishments to place a rift between us. That's where they get their whole Hegelian dialectic. They basically turn us all against each other. And because we're all against each other, we can't unite. And because we can't unite, the ones who can unite remain in power, remain victorious. And we know what they say about history. And the victors write the history. Well, we'd all be the victors, as opposed to a small ruling demographic if we could all unite. Put our personal differences aside.
Very well said. 100% agree.
Well, you got to say sound minds? You've been awfully quiet.
My flag's better than yours.
Mine's red, white, and blue.
Mine's blue, white, and red, but mine's better than yours.
Oh, it ain't based on that Union Jack bullshit, is it? I know what that symbol means.
Oh, hell no. Point of the fact is that it's red, white, and blue, blue, red, and white, white, red, and blue. It's no different than any other flag.
What's up with them color combinations? What's the symbolism behind the red, white, and blue flags?
Mm-hmm.
What does the red, white, and blue mean? And why is it if I got a pink and purple flag, I'm gay? But if I got a red, white, and blue flag, I'm patriotic. And what is patriotism or national? Isn't it just like nationalism? Ain't they like one and the same, or similar, or very closely related?
Yes and no. Some people say that there's actually nationalism does divide you from the rest of, in many ways, to say that no different than a citizen or illegal or a legal citizen, or, I mean, isn't it just another category?
It sounds logical. Yes, Delcor, Sound Mind has a bigger flag than I do.
No, you haven't seen my flag. I keep my pants on.
Are you elite? Do you have an allegiance to your flag?
Let's just say that where I was born, they have a flag. Where I will die, there will be a flag.
Yeah, that can unfortunately be said for most, if not all of us. Correct?
Well, no, because we need to be put in categories to say that my flag's better than yours. Because someone said it.
Does anybody remember Does anyone remember the guy that founded his own country? Did any of you all ever look into the story of the guy that designed his own country? He actually had his own country. Let me see if I can pull some of that up. That was interesting.
Sorry, Perth, I didn't mean to mute you. I was trying to hit my mute and I hit Perth's picture.
Oh, excuse me. I said that, has anyone heard about the person that had their own country?
This 15 or 20 cent lag is brutal. Second lag is what I meant to say.
Where is the lag coming from? Is that lag my fault, or is it? Let's see here.
Dale, you only have one device going.
I don't know, but there's a definite lag on my end of about 20 seconds between what I say and when I hear it in chat or in the stream. About a 20-second lag. It's very strange.
Okay. It shouldn't be from. Is there a way to determine where the lag is stemming from?
I don't know. There's a definite lag on my end of about.
How about you, Dale? Are you experiencing this lag that all the time?
Yes, only one device, PC.
Is there a way to get... Oh, man, this is terrible. So there is a lag. How do we fix the lag issue? And is it my fault? Is there something I should or should not be doing that's causing it? I mean, I've got 40-something gigs of RAM running on.
I never experience a long lag when I'm on Discord Hangouts. I've voiced and been on camera on Discord many times, and there's usually only maybe like a half a second lag.
Is it because of Google Hangouts? I've got 8 people in chat. See who all is in chat. See if there's anybody I've not acknowledged. Just briefly, bear with me, folks. Sound Minds, of course, you're on the panel here with us. Perth Observer, and she's stepped away momentarily, but she's on the panel with us. Dale Core.
This is the first time in a year, in 12 months, that Google Hangouts has actually ever even worked for me. So I have the feeling that it might be either my computer or my software. I think the issue is on my end.
I really hope it's not on my end, but I cannot definitively say that it is not. And the only reason I'm even saying that is because I don't have nothing open. I'm not doing nothing, but I have noticed an issue when I run the Google Hangouts version of the live stream as opposed to just running a traditional live stream. 420 Iron Horse popped up in chat. Cheers, brother. Hey, thanks you for being here. we've got a few people on panel here. We're just talking a lot of nothing about nothing. Anyway, there is apparently some lag on some people's ends of the. I don't know. We're just shooting the shit. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I don't have nothing open, Delcor. Nothing. The stream, that's the only thing I've even got running. Sound Minds, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So it's not. I don't think it's my system, is it? Because if there was a lag, then when I just asked you, "Are you here?" there would be a lag between the time that I spoke and the time you answered me. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it is, in fact, Dale. Unfortunately, it's your fault. Or excuse me, the lag is on something to do with your device specifically. Is in fact, he said a potato computer. Are you running less than 60 gigs of RAM on your computer? Are you trying to tell me that you have a video card that doesn't have 8 gigs of RAM dedicated just to video? Are you really going to sit there and tell me that you don't have 4 M.2 SSD drives that equivalent to like 2 terabytes of storage capacity for your hard drives? If you could, that's almost as bad as having less than 6 cams. Fuck. Damn you underachievers. I'm the poorest person I know and I got a good computer. What the fuck's y'all's excuse? Damn it. I got a piece of shit computer I've been trying to give away. I might donate it to you if you pay the shipping and handling. No.
My flag's still better than yours.
I talk shit. It took me 5 years to build this PC. And I was so happy. The most expensive part of it was the memory. And I got Trident X 2400 megahertz RAM. And at the time, it was the fastest RAM anybody had ever heard of. I mean, it cost me like $800 for the fucking memory. And I was so proud. It took me a long time to get it. I finally got the RAM, and it was the last piece of the build. And I get the RAM all in there, and I'm playing video games, blah, fucking blah. And a buddy sends me a link to his video, and he's like, dude, I don't know if I should send this to you because it's kind of mean, but you should watch it. It was a video of another build another guy did, and he had, what was it, fucking 3200 fucking RAM? I was like, what the fuck? You mean I spent $800 on memory? It ain't even a month old, and the shit's outdated? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's that quick in the tech industry. What's up, butt plug? Thank you for being here, friend. I don't know if I should say that a butt plug is a friend. That might be construed in a bunch of ways that won't be good. Anyway, butt plug is in chat. Cheers, butt plug.
I do have a little bit of lag, but it's only about 3-4 seconds.
Can your internet get slower if you get new equipment? I know it sounds stupid, but my internet is through Comcast, what most of the world will know of as Xfinity. And I have this perception.
Or Time Warner.
A newer, I've got what is it, a fucking DOSI 3.0 modem or whatever the fuck router deal. They said I needed a newer one to handle the bandwidth. I got the new one. And it's as if my internet took a hit when I got the new equipment. And I just wonder if that's possible.
And believe it or not, I have a brand new system to say
my
that
internet connection happens to be quite good, so it's definitely not my internet. I can't complain about that. It's super high speed. I have fiber that runs all the way to the front of my property.
Okay, well here let's watch this shit. I'm going to test mine out.
Fiber optic.
Nothing running. Let's test mine out. Normally, I get about anywhere from 6. I legally, on paper, pay for 10 meg service, but I do have, anyway, it runs a little bit faster than that. But for shits and giggles, the only thing running, I have OBS running. I have 4 cameras hooked up. I only have 2 of them running. Matter of fact, let's pull out the batteries out of all of the additional devices. That way we know that we're not stealing bandwidth from anywhere. And I'm going to run a test just to see, because that does have me slightly curious. Oh, damn, I'm dropping memory cards. And why would a dude have like 10 fucking SIM cards in the back of one phone for? That's weird. What kind of paranoid motherfucker carries around multiple SIM cards? Anyway, things us weird people do. All right, let's see, that should be screens up on. Now let's go to what? Speedtest.net. Yeah, I'm curious. Speedtest.net. Yeah, fuck it. See my IP address. I don't give a damn. Y'all can write it down, take a picture, screenshot that motherfucker, share it all over the world. Who cares? Fuck it. Okay. Now see, you all should, cat, get off the fucking TV. We're running almost 30 megabytes per second. There is no way that it should be internet related, whatever the issue is. Not at a 30, but then my upload speed. Marginal, but not slow enough to where I think there would only be an issue. Now, if I was trying to game right now and live stream and all this other shit, possibly. Let's see. But I wouldn't really think, though, that I do think I've got it. Let's see here. Internet. How about this then, folks? I hope this don't fuck us.
Hey, Heath, I wanted to say, I noticed you're on D Live now. That's very cool. I've been on there for about 5 months now.
Yeah.
I actually have over 400 followers on there, and I have never streamed, which I find rather humorous, actually.
I have security concerns with regards to D Live. I don't even know how to say what I'm trying to say, because I have streamed on there, and I probably will stream on there again. Weird things, weird issues that pop up that I have no reason to explain. And then I noticed, I'll just tell you all what I've seen. I've streamed on D Live several times. There's been several instances where when I check into network security with regards to Google, several of my Google accounts have been accessed, and they were accessed by a device that was running Linux. I run Kali Linux on some other devices here at the house. It wasn't my devices. I couldn't figure out, well, what the fuck? So I just changed all my Google passwords, change all this shit. Then all of a sudden, I think I'm paranoid the one day. I'm going to check everything out again. Coincidentally, my accounts were accessed by the Linux again. There was a common denominator. The only times that I became aware that my accounts had been accessed via a Linux-enabled device that was not mine was days that I live streamed via Caster. And when I did via Caster, it went both to YouTube simultaneously to DLive. Maybe I'm making a connection where there is no connection. I don't even know what any of that fucking even means. That was my observation. 420 Iron Horse is still in chat. Aussie Mystery Pot. Cheers, friend. Thank you for being here. Excellent. Glad to have you. Don't everyone speak at once.
So what are your speeds again, Heath? What are you showing there now?
My download speeds are approximately 30 megabytes per second.
I would like to also say a huge thank you to both Perth Observer and Volunteer Agriculture for inviting me into the stream tonight. It's much appreciated. Very unexpected.
My download speeds are upload speeds are close to or right at 2 megabits per second. 2 megabytes per second, and the download speeds are approximately 30 megabytes per second. Buttplug is asking how to check to see if your accounts have been accessed. Yeah. Bear with me. Let me pull display capture on. Since I have multiple accounts, I can't tell you. I can show you probably easier. So we'll just do it together and I'll walk you through it. I'm going to open up an additional window here or an additional tab. Yeah, we'll open up a whole another tab for it. We're going to log out of one account. Or excuse me, we're going to log simultaneously into another account. People who are on the panel, this is going to probably cause lag when I do this. Apologies, please bear with me. I'm trying to show Buttplug how to check logins and shit. We're going to go over here to our icon, our avatar for our Google account. We're going to go not to Google profile, but to Google account. We're going to, bear with me, I don't recall from memory. I think it's security. Okay. Security. Continue securing your account. Continue security steps. It's going to ask me to affirm a password. Yeah. Okay. Go. No, that ain't it. But usually it's going to pop up here. I believe. I don't recall. There should be a point where it tells me anytime that it has been accessed. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Devices. And it's going to tell devices that have been signed into the account. Now, see this? You see this Linux right here, folks? You see this Linux? Greenback, Tennessee, USA. It's giving me a location. It's also giving me an operating system that was used to access my Google account. Now, here's the problem. Scroll back up here. You'll notice that continue security steps, blah, fucking blah. Have to sign in again, all for the purpose of demonstration. Now, you see this. This was the last time changes were made to the account. This was the last time, technically, the Google account should have been accessed. Was on the 12th. However, January 28th, a Linux account accessed the account. Now, this Linux account, the only time the Linux account happens is when I access DLive and I stream to multiple social media accounts, and I do so via Caster. I've not figured out that. Another puzzling variable is we see here that it's giving me a locale, which is close proximity. Now, that could be faked. So that isn't even as much of a concern as the fact that a device which was not my device accessed my Google account. What has the technical capabilities to access your Google account without your consent? If you're a person whom knows how to pick a password, it shouldn't be an issue. For those of you that don't know how to pick a password, it's real easy. Go to Google, secure password. Now,
one other thing I wanted to point out was just to log into Google Hangouts, I had to download Internet Explorer because I don't use Internet Explorer anymore. I use Microsoft Edge.
Don't use Edge. That's the first mistake. Don't ever use Edge. Ever in your lifetime. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. It's real fucked up for any of you people who may be watching this. If you're ever in a situation that you have to use Microsoft Windows. Microsoft Windows is not an operating system. Microsoft Windows is a user interface. I know you don't know nothing about talking to computers, so you need somebody to talk to a computer for you, so you got to have Windows. So you need a user interface. Or maybe you're a gamer and all your games use Windows, so you got to have it. If you got to have Windows, when you first set Windows up, the very first thing that you should do is go to Google and type in stop Windows spying. And there's going to be a shit ton of links. Like anytime you Google something, what you're looking for is a website that's going to say something along the lines of 6 tricks or 6 tools to help prevent spying. Stop Windows spying. There, I just typed that into Google. We're going to come down here. There you go, right here. 6 free tools. Run them all. Run all of them. Download, install, run all of them. The key is to reboot the computer between each one. Start at the top of the list. The very first one is going to be this O&O Shut Up 10. Download it, install it, run it, reboot the fucking computer. Go back, download number 2. When you get into number 2, this Windows 10 and privacy, there's going to be 3 categories. There's a green category. There's going to be a yellow category. There's going to be a red category. If you're a fucking idiot, stay out of the red category. Matter of fact, stay out of most of the yellow category. But anything that's green, and under each one of these tabs, there's going to be a bunch of green boxes. Check them all. Run that shit before you ever go on the fucking internet and play around. If you have not done that, and you're using a Windows-based PC worldwide, it doesn't matter what fucking malware bites, what fucking ransomware, spyware, adware, antivirus, firewall, VPN, none of that shit can protect you in any way, shape, or form. Microsoft has set up backdoors everywhere. And the backdoors are scary. Go down to your little lower left-hand corner of your screen, click on your magnifying glass in Windows 10, type in privacy. But don't just disable access to shit. Read what access you give Microsoft. Did you know that when you use a microphone and you have not disabled this feature, when you use a microphone on a Microsoft-based PC, you give Microsoft legal, unlimited access to the microphone, but not just that. You legally give them full leeway to use, collect, store, share, and market any datas collected via that microphone. And guess what? Here's the thing. When you turn your computer off in the evening, you don't limit their access. They still have access.
Can I break you there? That page that you've got up right now,
Yeah.
I kind of missed a portion of what you were saying there. Can you drop that link into?
Oh, happily. And these 6 programs, once you run them all, it gets worse. When you run a mic, now this is post Microsoft 7. So this applies to any of you people that are running Microsoft 8, any of you people that are running Microsoft 10. If you've connected a camera, a microphone, or another touch-based device of any kind, you have legally authorized Microsoft to use information collected via that device at Microsoft's discretion. You have also simultaneously authorized Microsoft the rights to share that data collected from those devices. Here's the thing. You take a picture of your daughter's birthday party, and you come home and you connect your digital camera to the Microsoft based PC, and you upload some pictures you want to share to Instagram via, you got an app for that because you got Windows 10.
I'm going to say something real quick. This is some of the stuff that we deal with in the law firm that I work for, and one of the things that pisses me off about corporations is you're required to opt in. You shouldn't
opt out.
The opt-in, opt-out issue.
By using the software, that is the opt-in.
I'll put it that way.
Microsoft's policy is, and you agree to this, it's in the first box when you first start Windows. If you you bought a computer at Walmart and you bring it home, you plug it up. You check marked a box. You agreed to Microsoft privacy policies and their entire privacy policy. You agreed to that prior to starting Windows. And until you actively deactivate certain components of that system, they are legally allowed to use that data how they see fit. So
not lawfully, but legally.
Legally.
Legally is not lawful.
Yes, they can sell pictures of your daughter from your daughter's birthday. They can take them pictures and they can sell them to Gerber, and Gerber can take your daughter's real cute fucking little picture and can market that picture and make however much money, and you're not entitled to 1 fucking cent of it, because the very instant that you connected that device, and that device it's not limited to the computer. It's any devices that are connected to the computer. And this includes the cloud, cyber accounts. You connected that fucking Android phone, that iPhone, to that computer, and you uploaded that picture. What else did you give Microsoft other than that picture? Read that fucking fine print. They tell you what you gave them. You gave them access to your entire phone's contact history. And guess what? When you plug that phone up to that computer that one time to transfer the picture, guess what Microsoft was doing while you were in there? Yeah. And then all them addresses that Microsoft, and it's what gets fucked up is where all they send that data. And you can't do nothing about it. Your only thing that you can do is protect yourself prior to those things happening. And once you become aware, once you've got some fucking long-haired crazy fucking idiot like me telling you that shit's happening, stop it from happening.
There is no such thing as privacy, people.
And when you do an update, then you've got to go back and re-protect yourself. That's why I don't even do updates. I know that a month from now, this motherfucker is going to be outdated. So you know what's going to happen a month from now? I'm going to redo it. You know why I'm not going to update it? Because when I update it, to get that one little 5-minute update, all of that shit, those protections that I'm telling you about installing in your system, you've just done away with. And it's like in a court of law, it would be like re-signing a contractual obligation between yourself and Microsoft every time you do an update. It's unfortunate. I never wanted to use Windows, ever. It was a fucking con job.
The last update that I did was about 2 weeks ago, and it fucked my entire system up for 4 days. I had to reboot repeatedly for 4 days on many occasions just to get the update to function properly. It screwed up all my settings in Discord, on the internet. Fucking drove me up the wall.
And when you look into where all it sends, like, see, all of my shit's turned off. But do I still have screen share pulled up? No, did I turn it off? Watch this. Yeah, it's still up. Watch this, folks. This is what I'm talking about. Now, all of mine's deactivated, but for the point of shits and giggles and proving a point as opposed to just saying some shit, I will intentionally make myself vulnerable just because I want to be able to. No, fuck it. We can read the privacy. Well, it's going to make me change some privacy first. Location. Okay. Location. If you allow access, you will enable Windows to use your device's capabilities. What does that mean, folks? You really think you fucking know what your device's capabilities are? You really think they're going to give you a device and tell you the full extent of its capabilities? I got news for you. You're the layperson. You're a useless eater.
Parasite.
They're not going to tell you the full extent.
Human
Most of the
resource.
shit in this big old fucking box isn't for you. Most of the shit in that device is for them. But anyway, you use your device's capabilities to determine your location, and Microsoft will use your location data to improve location services.
Can I just break you there for a second? On numerous occasions, you know, if you have a look down at the bottom of any page that you're on, it pretty much shows the country where you're at. And on some occasions, it will show your exact postcode, correct?
Yes.
I am forever changing this bitch. I change it to any country that I want. It gives you an option to change it.
Have you went on Google Earth and looked at your address?
Hang on a minute. So on every time I spot it or every time I remember, I go there and I change it to whatever country I want, okay? 2 days, not even 2 days, it's changed back to what it was before. It's changed back to where the fuck I am. The only thing that hasn't changed is on my YouTube channel. If you go to my About page and you see...
Microsoft will use the data to improve the services. People using this device will be able to choose if their apps have access to location by the settings on this page. Denying access blocks Windows from providing location to Windows features. Now, every one of these things, all 78 of them, or actually it's 90 when you figure in some of the sub-tabs, 90 whatever, are all on by default. Let's go down here. Here's another one for you. UAC. These user account control settings. And see how mine are changed? It's supposed to be down here. Never notify. You know what the never notify is? You don't want it trying to make changes to your system, but not only do you want it not wanting it trying to make changes on your system, you don't want it making changes on your behalf. And periodically, even though as much tedious efforts as we make to try to remain anonymous, or at least not even remain anonymous, I just don't want you motherfuckers listening in when I'm fucking some chick in the back room and sharing that data worldwide. I don't want you accessing my microphone.
You'd get a lot of views.
And if I called a fucking dope dealer on my buddy's cell phone 6 days ago, I don't want you calling the same dope dealer on my behalf in some other country. It's not about whether or not I can or should hide anything. It's about if I offer you access to something of mine, I'm entitled to do so. It's mine. But you shouldn't think that you should be afforded access when I didn't grant it. And that's what they do. And you don't know that's what they do. And oftentimes those things are what slow the system down, because more times than not, your computer and Microsoft are communicating back and forth. Your computer, your device, your Windows or other Microsoft-enabled device and Microsoft are communicating. They are communicating independently from whatever it is that you particularly are using the device for at that time. I never used Windows. Fucking dumbass people got me into gaming, and now I fucking game on occasion. It's a sincere safety concern. It really, truly is.
You bunch of conspiracy theorists. You act like the government doesn't care about you.
Well,
Hey, I highly recommend you do an entire stream, maybe a series of streams dedicated to this particular issue. This is very interesting stuff.
get on Google Earth and you type in your address and
Thank
let
you
me
for
get a
this.
picture of your house, and then we'll get on Google Earth and we'll type in a picture of my house, and you tell me the difference between what you see at your house and what I see at my house, and then ask me how it got to be that way. I should do it for shits and giggles just to show you all. What does it show for me? It's been a while since I checked. Let me see if it'll let me check. Usually I can pull people's car, shitty piece of shit car up in the driveway. That's always funny. Where did I just search? How can I not do it in Chrome? Okay. I was going to say, it used to be you could just launch Google Earth from Chrome. You didn't have to download anything. I'm hoping it will not try to make me turn on some kind of location shit. I don't think it will. Light years. Light years don't even exist. What the fuck?
Heath, just before you forget, dude, you forgot to stick the fucking link in the bloody chat.
No, I didn't, did I? Oh,
Yeah.
Was you meaning the Google Hangout chat or?
No, the one where it had all those.
I
Yeah.
put it in the wrong one, didn't I?
I don't know where you stuck it.
There's a Google Hangout chat. I'm going to come over here and drop it into this chat as well. I'm not even medicated. That's what's weird. All right. Why am I not searching for shit? Okay, there we go. So I still got my little box pulled up because I got to hide it long enough for me to type in my address. It's going to show the fucking address no matter what I do anyway. Well, maybe I can hide some of it. Now, anybody can go to Google Earth and type in their address. Anyone in the world can do it. I want to try to hide as much of this. Fuck, I can't. It's not going to let me hide any of it. Yes, it is.
Hey Heath, I got to tell you something, bro. You're far too sharp. You're far too shy and quiet. You need to learn to speak your mind, dude. Kidding, of course.
Why am I not being able to get in closer and shit? And why is it looking so fucked up when I do? Okay.
Heath, nobody here is in a rush. Take your time.
All right. Now, it's wanting to look all pixelated for whatever reason. I don't know if it's not wanting to render the graphics the way they should be because of all the shit going on at one time. All I did, I went to Google Earth, right? I went to Google Earth and I typed in my address. Okay. Now,
hey, if you drop it to street level, it clears up.
where do I do that at?
You know the little yellow dude that you've got there? Just click on him and drag him down to the street.
What? Just like?
Just drag the little bastard down to the street.
It is on the street. What do you mean to the street?
No, there's a little yellow dude. You should find him in, I think, yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you gotta drag him over. I think that's it. Put him on the blue line. No, he ran away from you.
All right. Okay. Yeah, look, this is enough. Look. This is what happens when you Google my address. Now, you know what that is, folks? It is limited, but that's at least some anonymity. I guarantee you that any of you in chat on this panel, if you give me your address and we go right now and we type it into Google Earth, it's going to give me a rendering of your house, what it looks like. I'm probably even going to see a vehicle in your driveway.
You will, but you won't see the number plate.
No, you won't see none of that at mine. You see what you'll see at mine. And you all have that same access to the same thing I have. Here's what you can see at my house. You can see a mailbox, but do you see these blurred out boxes? You have that same right. That is what happens when you legally approach Google and you tell them, I wish to have my physical location censored for security reasons. You have the right to restrict what the public can see. But you don't have that right unless you exercise that right. Yeah, you've actually got to fucking go to Google and you got to say, look here, motherfuckers, you need to quit showing my front yard and my shitty ass porch and the mess it's in on all of your fucking Google Earth bullshit. And I did that because I noticed that there used to be an image. I don't know how they got it, but it was us out in the yard shooting guns and shit. It's completely legal. But they had us in the backyard. You could see us clear as day holding rifles and guns and trucks and cars in the driveway. You couldn't read the license plate, but you could see that there was visibly people and shit in the yard. And do your research, folks.
Oh, well, there goes my ass when I tan.
Yeah. Now, look, if I go to my neighbors, how do I get back up? We got to get back up because I want to go to my neighbors. I'll go to my neighbor's house. How do I fucking spin around? Come on. Spin around. Wrong direction. There we go. Here we go. Now, what happens when we look at my neighbor's house? Oh, shit. What do we see when we look at my neighbor's? Does it look like I see a vehicle in the driveway? Matter of fact, I can see the whole fucking house.
No, go closer, dude. Click on the road. No. Click on the road.
Yeah.
See the arrow? Yeah, it tells you which way you want to go. Just click on the road. It'll take you closer.
What?
And now turn it. No.
Ah.
Just click on the road. Keep doing that. Keep going. I'll tell you how to navigate Google. Keep going.
I went too far.
And now turn it. Turn it.
Now you see this? Look. Let's see. How do we go up here more?
You can't.
I can't get up closer to the house?
No. You can zoom in, go down further, a little ways further on the road first.
Now look at this. I'm looking, and I can tell you where all the windows are at. I can tell you within reason that's an SUV, a gray colored SUV There's a mini dish satellite approximately fucking, I don't know, 12 yards from the vehicle or the approximate location of the vehicle. There's a white, what appears to be a white colored car. Now watch there. We'll go back to my house. Let's go find, we got to get back to my house. Look at all them cars, folks. Look at this shit. I'm looking at this dude's porch. If there was a guy on this porch right now, I could see him.
Zoom in.
Well, I see the guy on the porch if there is one.
Zoom in.
I'm scared to.
Why? He's not going to shoot you.
He can't shoot me from here, can he? No, he can't even see me. Oh, shit. That's right. He can't see me. Okay. There don't appears to be nobody home. So let's just go back to my house because there's no one home at the neighbors anyway. Go back. Oh, we got to get farther to my house. We can probably see my piece of shit barn. What? Can we not? Really can't see my house?
I didn't know we were going on a field trip. I need a snack. Who brought snacks?
You see that, folks? There you go. There's your anonymity on Google Earth. And you have that right. Just like everything else. You have a right to be, or at least perceive to feel safe and secure in your environment, in your domain. But that right isn't just given to you. It's one of them things where if you don't vocalize, hey, this is my right, I am going to exercise this right, you don't have it. You have it, but as long as it's not challenged, you don't have it. It actually, what did I do? I had this, I don't even remember how I initially did that. I know you go to a website, it's through Google. I do know that. And then they allow you a box and you pull up your address and you can't eliminate everything, but you've got it's like when you edit a photograph and you can edit, you've got a big box and you can position that box and you can edit out. And then, of course, you have to submit to Google the edit, and they do have to approve the edit. But the way it was explained to me legally, if it's the primary residence that is inhabited by you, they have to. And then it takes, I think they have, 5 days to get it out? Something like that.
I enlighten you too, Heath, like with the Google that you're using there, okay, that's the free version. But if you get the paid version, the paid version is, oh my God, people can practically, if you're having a route somewhere, they can pretty much zoom on in and they can see everything. Everything. That's the paid version. And it's moving. It's moving. You don't have to go down the road, okay? If you're looking at something, you see the vehicles moving.
Okay. And here, this was, and this is just a real quick site, and I'll throw this in chat, and it was how to remove you from Google search results from Google Earth. And I don't know if those are the concise or precise steps that I took. Just reading it briefly, it looked like it was, I mean, I did mine years back, but I do know that you do have a legal right, a lawful right to ask that you be excluded from those results. But people don't do it. And then they wonder why everybody knows so much about them. Look here, I don't have to hack your computer to know where you shop at, what you eat, what kind of guns you have, how many you have. You'll tell me. Or you'll make enough stuff public knowledge that enough of the public that are informed are able to deduce enough about you to where they already know.
And if I want to rock the place, I even know what kind of fucking furniture you.
Yeah.
I know where everything is situated.
Yeah, people do that. Yeah, they get the little stick figures to tell me how many kids and how many. They got an old lady at the house and a grandparent and a husband and a fucking 2 dogs and a cat.
And you even get pictures for free. They're on Facebook.
What school they went to, where they're eating lunch, when they're gone for vacation.
When
And
they're not, I can break in.
now, so I'm an idiot, and I have access to all that data. How much access does a smart person have? What can they access? What does a person? I am without resource. What does a person with resource? What are they able to do? And those are the types of questions that we oftentimes don't concern ourselves with.
People, we do not have any privacy, period. The only thing you can do is you can try, like it says, you can block out certain things or ask to have them blocked out. But if even beyond all of that, even going beyond all, there is no such word as privacy anymore. Can I please tell you, I'm going to tell you about
everyone, I need to get going. I've got to get some sleep. I've got a long day ahead, but I just wanted to thank everybody. This was fascinating and a lot of fun. And hopefully we'll do it again soon.
Thank you for being here very much, Delcor. As always, it's a pleasure, friend. I'm sorry we've not seen more of each other lately or heard more of each other. Welcome back.
Thanks for the info, Del. Thanks for the info, and we'll hopefully see you around soon.
Later, Dale. Thanks for hanging.
Have a good week. Stay safe.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. This is going ages back, like ages, as in some years, okay? I was listening to the radio because I would have my radio going 24/7. And one of the DJs here in Perth at one of the stations was talking to, I don't know if any of you guys have heard of Normie Rowe. He was one of Australia's singers here, right? Anyway, apparently Normie and I can't remember the other guy's name, they were good buddies. And they're on the show and they're talking about something, and one is saying to the other, they're talking about their mobile phones, right? And one says to the other, this is on the radio, right? For everybody to hear. How many people picked it up? I don't know, but I fucking heard it, okay? One is saying to the other, because I don't know the exact wording now because it's been so long, but Normie Rose says to his mate, he goes that he can literally zoom into his lounge room. Zoom into his lounge room via his mobile phone. What app did he have on his phone? What kind of phone did he have? What information and where did he get it from? I don't know, but it was as clear as fucking day on the radio station. When his mate heard that, he kind of goes, what? Into my lounge room? And the other one realized what he had said on air, and instantly the subject changed. So if anybody thinks that they've got any privacy, unfortunately, people, there is none, and hence is why I keep telling people, I know that a lot don't watch TV, but, and it's not a TV, well, it used to be a TV episode, a series, but I keep telling people, binge watch on the computer, person of interest. There is nothing that they don't know about you.
And you all agreed to it as soon as you bought a cell phone.
Yes. Yep. I use my cell phone mainly since we don't get cell service here. Cell coverage is non-existent. And that being said, my cell phone serves 2 purposes. it's a really good, accurate set of scales. If I need to weigh something that weighs eighth of a gram, not that I would ever weigh anything that small, but if I needed to weigh something really small, the cell phone works good for that. It's also a really good fucking compass. And there are some apps that I use. The app that allows me to pick up heat signatures, that's a pretty good app. The app that allows me to check and see if there's an infrared device used in my vicinity, that's a pretty good app. Now, these are free ones. Not that I would ever use the free app. The paid ones are free too. Just fucking learn how to use the fucking internet, download the motherfuckers, and there you go. But there's some really cool apps to do some cool shit. Here's another one you need to use. You don't know. You can't ever find all the bugs. You just can't ever find them all. And sometimes you need to have a private conversation. You need to ensure that that private conversation is and remains private. How do you do it? I would tell you to start looking into noise generators, tone generators. From there, you can see where I'm going with this. If a man has installed a device to record a conversation, then he is using some type of recording device. If I've already scanned my area and I'm still unable to detect the recording device being used, it's probably pretty high tech. So that's going to require a high tech solution. Since I can't physically locate and thus get rid of the bug, that means that I'm going to have the conversation knowing that the bug is still existent. So I'm going to need to do something that's going to cancel out the bug's ability to detect, interpret, and record the conversation. And for that, that's when you get into your tone generators and their ability to play different tones at different audible levels that will fuck with that bug's ability to record the conversation. And it's legal. That's the first thing I'm pointing out. The shit that I'm talking about is 100% legal. There's no crime being committed. You're not in any way, shape, or form breaching any law or so-called perceived law. Just like if they happen to have a device where they can drive down the road in front of your house and record you while you're sitting in your living room, they're not breaking any law when they do so.
Heath, can I make a suggestion like others have before? I would appreciate you when you have some time. Can you please do that, all of this bug device stuff, whatever? And if you can possibly put some linkage in there, that would be muchly appreciated.
Oh, we could do a stream on applications for wireless devices for these types of things.
Exactly.
Or just a stream on security.
Exactly.
And counter security.
Yes.
And counter surveillance. We're being surveilled
big time
at a level that it's hard to talk about.
And please, when you do that stream, can you take into consideration that I will be sleeping possibly at around about 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the fucking morning, so don't go and do the stream then.
Well, 2 or 3, 4 o'clock in the morning for you is what for me?
2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
No, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
You're in Australia and I'm in bumfucked Egypt.
No, it's the opposite. It's just the opposite. 12 plus 12, 14 hours.
Okay, so 2 or 3 o'clock is 2 or 3 o'clock for me. It's 2 or 3 o'clock for her too.
Yeah,
exactly.
Is it a 12-hour difference?
Plus.
Is it a 12-hour difference, really?
Plus. Minus.
What? That's fucking...
Heath, she's on the other side of the ball, man. Come on. Don't you know people sleep upside down over there?
Well, I mean, it would depend on where, even if she's on the other side, it would depend on if we were directly across from one another, then it would be a 12-hour difference. That's correct.
Okay, Heath, let me put it to you this way. When I am...
It's 4:07 a.m., 4:07 in the morning.
Listen, when I am at midnight, for example, okay, you guys would be at midnight, let's say 5 minutes past. So for me, it would be midnight or 5 minutes past midnight in the morning. You guys would be 5 minutes past midday, okay? If you are in Central America, meaning in the middle, for example, Florida and kind of up that way, that there is pretty much around 12 hours difference from me. If you go to the West Coast over to Cali, I think there's 1 or 2 hours that drop off. If you go in the opposite direction to the east, then you would add a couple of hours. Because that's how I work it out.
It is close to 12 hours, is it not? And it is, isn't it?
Because right now here it's 5:09 p.m.
I wanted to go to the damn Play Store, not this shit.
4:20, I am your future. Be scared, dude. It ain't looking fucking good.
Let me tell you, another thing about devices, stay away from Apple. Insofar as your phone uses or your wireless devices, stay away from iPhones, stay away from iPads. Because they employ a type of facial recognition software that none of us can defeat. And it's deadly. I mean, we're talking, it isn't even just detecting you and your fucking eyes. It ain't even just using retinal scanners so that you can unlock your phone. I'm talking that when you pull out your fucking iPhone in the grocery store checkout line, your iPhone's camera is taking snapshots of every face of everyone that's standing around you. And it is not only recording that within the facial recognition's database, it's also cross-referencing that data with any database that stores facial recognition softwares and features that it's not been added to yet. In other words, Apple is putting up a beacon saying, look here, I got a picture of 4 or 5 different faces around dude while he's holding his phone. Do y'all got a copy of them faces yet? If not, we got a copy. Here's you a copy. And nobody has figured out a way of deactivating it, turning it off, or anything else. It's sickening. It's sickening.
Even when you think it is deactivated, it's not.
Yeah, probably. You're probably absolutely correct.
No, that is correct. That is correct. People think that if they turn their phone off, that the phone is turned off. It is not. While it has a battery and possibly anything else still left in it, it is still operating.
Correct. That's why they make phones nowadays with no removable battery.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, most of my apps.
Hey, Heath, did you by chance drop that link in for blurring out Google in the chat? Because I've got about 4 people that said that they can't find it in the chat.
How did I? Yeah, I did. I will re-drop it. It's right here. Copy.
Thank you, sir.
Damn it. Copy.
Yeah. No, because it's not showing up on this end either on the chat.
Oh, you know where he put it? I realized where he put it. He put it into Google Chat, which is the back chat.
Oh, actually, I put it into both, but I will replace it right here. And it's always the one. I've been using it for years just because it's them same 6 apps, and it will always say something, and they update it fairly regularly. It'll say stuff like 6 apps. And that's just your indicator or your fucking whatever, just to help you remember to go by. And I've used them for years. And anyway, and what we're looking at here on screen now, these are all the apps that I currently use. I do a lot of cell phone modification. So most of this bullshit y'all won't ever use. So I'm gonna it's because a lot of this is dealing with jailbreaking and or rooting device, depending on whether or not we're talking about an iOS device or an Android based device, which I'll do both. Anybody ever need this shit?
Can I break you for a minute, mate? I saw you actually drop it into the chat thingy on your share screen, but it's not coming up in the chat. Has anybody? Can anybody else see it in the chat?
Well,
nope, it's not in the chat.
Oh, I got what's going on here. Fucking Google making me have to have multiple fucking accounts. It's embarrassing. And it makes shit difficult. Obviously, one of my aliases must not be a admin or have a wrench. I give other people wrenches, but I don't give my aliases wrenches.
You didn't give yourself a wrench.
No, it's not myself. It was an alias. I clearly stated alias, not myself. All right, back to my Google Play Store. We're looking down. You always got to have a good police scanner radio. But keep in mind that when you're dealing with police or law enforcement scanners, they lawfully, legally have the right to censor the majority. You can get around that, but that requires you to buy an actual scanner and have someone that knows how to fucking work with radio waves program that scanner for you.
632
recently.
Windows 10.
But any of these, they all work off of the same.
I nearly fell off my chair. It's all right. I'm laughing because somebody I know uses Windows 10.
Now, most of this stuff is operating. Like here, this one here. I've used this one before. I still use it on occasion. But they're different apps. 100 companies have 100 different apps. They all do the same thing. How does a camera work in a low light situation? It has to get light from somewhere. Most of them use infrared light. Your camera has the ability to adjust focus. How does it adjust focus? It's able to perceive how much light is available. We can use that technology and we can exploit it other ways. Maybe I don't want to adjust my camera's focus. Maybe I want to use that ability, that capability to determine the source of light. So now I got an app that can determine if infrared light is present. Some lights are going to be present even in a dark room, providing you're able to look for that specific spectrum of light. Some spectrums are not viewable to the naked eye. You can't look with your oculus, your fucking retina, your pupil, and see that spectrum. Your phone's camera can see that light. And these apps operate off of the theory that it can tell the phone and it can pinpoint the location of those spectrums of light, infrared being one of those spectrums. So if I'm in a dark room and I got my little fucking bug detector scanner, Apple fucking microphone camera picture taker thingy on my phone turned on, and I'm seeing a fucking light, well, fuck. Why's the smoke detector at lighting up at fucking complete pitch dark in this black room? Why is it picking up a presence of infrared light? What would be giving off infrared light? Something that is needing the ability to record something in a low light or a dark condition. Who would need to be recording light in a dark room? Somebody that's fucking recording something that they don't want detected. So when you see an infrared device in a room that should be black, that ain't your friend. Now, anytime electricity is passed from point A to point B, there is an electromagnetic field given off, generated. Other apps pick up on this field, how strong that field is. Some things give off electromagnetic energy all the time. You walk up to your TV. Your TV is always giving off power all the time. Your refrigerator, your microwave, your coffee maker. If all of a sudden you've got electromagnetic frequencies coming off of your fucking heating and air conditioning vent, and there's no heating or air conditioning vent running, that's an issue. When that great big potted plant you've had in your corner is giving off electromagnetic energy, that's a problem. That could mean that something is passing electric between 2 points.
And don't ever leave your shit on standby.
And it's caused noise, or THD. THD stands for total harmonic distortion. In nature, when things are harmonious, or when everything is as it should be, working in harmony, there's no noise. If everything was perfect in a perfect universe, everything would be 43.2 hertz, a constant fucking sine wave of 43.2 hertz of electromagnetic energy. Any deviation either up or down from that is a percentage of static. Static is noise or chaos or total harmonic distortion. That's why in old days when you bought your hi-fi stereo and you noticed on the plate on the back of your hi-fi stereo there was this little number. It said THD, and it would say, like, if you had a piece of shit Panasonic, it would say something like 0.5. But then all of a sudden you got you some fucking Bose speakers and one of them there fancy silver Pioneers, and you notice that plate said something like 0.1. And then later on in life, you got you a motherfucking Onkyo or a Harman Kardon, and that number said something like 0.04. That number was going down because what that meant was that stereo could recreate sound without adding a lessened amount of electronic noise. Because as I said, every time electric passes between 2 points, it creates a certain amount of noise. Noise in terms of electronics is distortion. The lesser the distortion, the better. If you've got distortion coming out of your potted fucking plants, you might have a bug. If you've got static coming out of your mattress on your bed, you might have a bug. You can sweep and scan and search for these devices, but you won't always find them. Sometimes you have to compensate. They're going to play noise. You're going to know they're there. You play noise that hopefully overpowers their noise, and you can still accomplish whatever it is you're attempting to accomplish. And there are apps that are free to help you do this. There are also other apps which will allow you to detect heat signatures. And heat signature apps are pretty cool. I can't even fucking spell. Heat signature apps are cool because what that's going to do for you is there really are sometimes boogeymen. There really are sometimes people in the woods, people in the backyard, people in the front yard, people hiding in trees. That broke down fucking jalopy piece of shit fucking car that's been parked on your road 3 doors down from your house for the last 4 days straight, and magically no one's ever towed it. No one's come back to fix it. No one's claimed it. Have you ever wondered if anybody was in it? There are ways to get through and look and see if there's a detection of heat. And that heat signature, that's going to help you determine what is or is not. And sometimes that knowledge that you don't think you need is going to be the knowledge that saves your life. Not that your government would ever do anything bad, because we all know that the government is only there to protect us and do us, you know, keep us safe. And in places like America here, well, that's why we got freedom. I sure wish Trump would get that wall built so I'd feel safer.
I want my paddock a little more secure.
Yeah.
I want to feel free in my open air prison.
Well, when New York decided to start allowing babies to be aborted at 9 months, that's just fucking, that's scary.
That's not scary. That's why when I say to people that I want to just take the weapon, and I don't care which one, but when I hear shit like that, I just want to go knock people off. And I'm sorry, Heath, I'm saying this in your chat. I should be saying this on my live stream, but Lord knows I've said it more than once on my fucking live stream. Shit like that just makes me want to go knock people off. It really does.
Do you know how many people are...
420 Iron Fire Horses in chat. What friend did you know? New York has made it to where I don't know if it's entirely passed or if it was just legislation. It's a bill that they approved on its way to becoming law, or if it has already in fact passed those stages, but is trying to make it possible to abort 9-month-old children.
Sounds what we...
It's already passed, by the way, in certain states. Now, do you know what one of the largest killers of the world, I mean, in the States, should I say, in the States is
abortions?
100,000+ easily a year.
Well, Sonomanex and other biomedical companies need them HEK 297 kidney cells. They don't just make preservatives that are placed into the foods that Americans eat every day. When Americans eat such foods as Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Are they the ones that are food enhancers? I know.
Yes. If you look at their website, they call it a food enhancer, but generally what you hear it referred to as on the back of your foods as a preservative.
I did a video on them ages ago.
Yeah. I first started learning about them back, not necessarily them specifically. My research in the early 90s was with regards to a matter of fact, I should pull this shit in chat while I'm talking about, but the chemical is called sodium erythrobate, and I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of that. Apologies, folks. I'm not a speller. I don't really get into magic and shit. I don't know how to say a lot of this shit because I'm not the one that spelled the spell to begin with. Anyway, and sodium erythrobate is what's sodium. Most people know sodium is salt. Well, the erythrobate, that refers to where that type of salt is derived. And they use it predominantly in bologna, potted meat, and that type of sodium comes from earthworms. Yeah, you know how the big night crawlers are slimy? Well, that slime, when you take that slime and you cook that slime, you render it down. It's a form of sodium, and that's a preservative. You can do it, but hey, when you have a worm farm, it's expensive. Yes, you can make a lot of money off the worm castings, but we're talking about having a worm farm so that you can kill all the worms just to harvest them for some salt. Not cost effective. What is cost effective? You got all these little baby bodies that you're having to pay to dispose of. That's free material. What if we could develop salts and preservatives that were salt-based? That would kill two birds with one stone. We would basically have all of our material would already be free, so we'd be basically making profit off them babies twice. We'd kill them, make profit once, then we could convert their bodies into other usable products for resale, make profit twice. Hence, certain companies, Sonominex is one of the common ones. It isn't the only one, unfortunately.
Okay, I want to state that I stand corrected about the abortions. Now, according to statistics, every year, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control is the main source for abortion statistics, and that is in year 2013. They reported 784,507 abortions in that year. 1.2 million babies were killed, according to these statistics, in 2013 worldwide.
And that's not even counting. That's not even counting the amount of children that have died through war.
Now, that's in 2013, according to this statistic. I can't verify that. Neither one of us have or have any desire to, but still.
I put that. Oh, gut. I've got you here. I told you the directions on how to do it. Problem description, check street gov. Okay. I put in the wrong one for that, obviously. Gut. Here is the one with regards to Google Earth. That other one was with regards to certain security parameters and ways of altering those within Microsoft. This is the one that referred to Google Earth. And no, it doesn't mention, it tells you what steps you got to do. You still have to go to Google Earth to do it, but you go to Google Earth and then you've got a little about box or a problem, blah, blah, blah. You got to click on it. That company, Sonominex, though, they, when I started my research on that topic, it led me to the sodium erythorbate was what I came up with first. And what they were trying to do was find a way to be to come up with a form of sodium that was cheaper to mass produce. Now, what was odd was I knew they were researching forms of sodium. And while they were simultaneously researching forms of sodium, there was this big push to inflate or give monies to Planned Parenthood. Why would Planned Parenthood be needing all these grants and all this federal money? For what? What the fuck were they doing? It was so that Planned Parenthood could market to the Chinese. Well, what would Planned Parenthood be marketing to the Chinese? What product does Planned Parenthood have or has access to that they could market to the Chinese? What product does Planned Parenthood have? Or what byproduct does Planned Parenthood have or have access to? Unfortunately, folks, the truth is stranger than fiction. The only thing they have is fucking babies' bodies. And then bells start ringing. Well, I do seem to recall all the efforts Planned Parenthood makes to promote the idea of abortion. Why would they try to promote and advocate abortion? If it was about choice, wouldn't you shut the fuck up, take the back fucking seat, and let a person make the choice? I'm just saying, if it were about choice, wouldn't you promote choice by letting people make choice? Not Planned Parenthood. No, with them, it's only one way and one way only. Not only do you get an abortion, you ensure that we do the abortion. You get to the point that in some instances I even read where Planned Parenthood paid people to get the abortion. Paid them. Well, they needed raw material. Where's that raw material go? That raw material goes to China. You know, them Chinese, hell, them motherfuckers eat dogs and cats and shit. They do all kinds of weird shit. Yeah, we let China do the dirty. And then China sends us back a crystalline powder. And we never even fucking bat a fucking eye. And we take that powder and we put it in shit. And that way, if it ever comes out and anybody fucking says anything, well, you know, the Mexicans put the fucking horse meat in the fucking Taco Bell meat. And the Chinese put the fucking kidney cells into the fucking Pepsi products. Pepsi Corporation's a big corporation. They own a lot of things. They own Pizza Hut. They own Kentucky Fried Chicken. I think they even own or are partners in Taco Bell. Speaking of horse meat and Taco Bell. Where does that, what do them flavor enhancers consist of? And when I say something like sodium, I can tell you a lot of fucking things are sodium. There are synthetic salt and there are natural salts. If I had a bottle in my hand of Himalayan pink sea salt and I put a sticker on there that said sodium, would I technically be truthful in doing so? Yes, I would. If I took that same bottle and I took a crystalline form of the rendered down fucking kidney cells from a little aborted fetus, and I put that in that bottle and I put the sticker on there that said sodium, would I still be technically truthful? Yes, I would. That's the sad part. It would be honest. And because I did not lie, I could pass FDA regulation, which means it would be fucking fully sanctioned and they'd have the backing and 110% backing of the United States federal government. That's where you get into your Sonomanex and your HEK. Wait, did I say that right? Is it HEK 297? I have to reaffirm my beliefs, my fucking shit all the fucking time because of HEK 293, not 297. Damn, I feel like a fucking moron. And that is the, I was right with the kidney. Yes, they are. And that's why it's called HEK, because it's a human embryonic kidney. HEK. Yes. You'll find some naysayers that say, well, technically you're being accurate and truthful, but I don't believe it. Because that there Snopes told me that you were full of shit. Yes, there were 1 million sources that confirm what you've said. But there was that one source that said that people like you shouldn't be trusted. And I'm going to go with that source because I don't want to feel guilty about all them times I ate Pizza Hut this month. It's sad. But see, here's what it's doing. It's everything is either physical or metaphysical or a combination of both. Whether or not you are Christian, whether or not you believe or perceive to believe that gods and devils, goods and bads exist, they do. And the people that run this place are operating under the pretense that the idea that their master is better than this other master, and that if they can please their master by getting rid of this other master, then they will somehow live forever. They also believe that if they become gods or the perception of gods, of divinity. They won't have to be held accountable for any transgressions, any crimes against humanity, any wrong, any evil, any karmic debt, anything. They can basically do whatever the fuck they want to. The world is their playground. The universe is their playground. They can upload themselves to the cloud, disappear. We can all burn and fucking rot. And you know what? Who gives a fuck? We're useless eaters anyway. And these people, to do that, they need to create a world in which their perceived adversary doesn't exist. So how do they do that? They make you inhumane. How do they make you inhumane? Well, you have to first know what it is that makes you humane or human. And they are dissolving that. They're getting rid of that. Electronically, spiritually, physically, metaphysically. When you consume, that's why so many, you laugh and you poke fun at the fucking vegans and the liberals and the tree huggers, and you call the vegetarians queer and they're weird, and yeah, just laugh and make a million jokes about them. I make jokes about them too. But what it is when you consume the living, you die. Your life, you represent life. You're not supposed to consume the dead. They're trying to make you dead, inhumane, inhuman, or no longer human.
Do you also think that this is their way of slowly teaching people, getting them accustomed to eating pretty much one another? Well,
yeah, but see, pretty soon the physical's no longer going to exist. The 5G is, once the 5G is worldwide, it'll be within a 3-year window. This will no longer exist, period. It can't exist. That's why we had to come up, the 5G is the dispersal method for what, look at a magnetron and look into how a magnetron operates. A magnetron is the device within that box that you'll call a microwave that heats up molecules and makes them unstable. And as they vibrate and become unstable, they become chaotic. As they become chaotic, they generate heat. Thus, you got hot food, so you're happy. Order out of chaos is an easier way of putting it. But that doesn't even do the words justice. That doesn't even begin to remotely explain it. So basically, you've got, that's why if you look into your cell phone towers.
Can I just say something about the subject that you just spoke about, Heath, before you go on to the cell phone towers? Do you know, I mean, I'm looking at everything that is being put into chat, as well as the stuff that you're saying. And I mean, you look, how long did it take people to get this far to put out the information that we've found? And everything that we're talking about, they're doing it blatantly in our face, okay?
They're doing it in your face. What can you do about it?
Now everybody is finding out about this one step further, okay, the Cenomix and everything and the food enhancers, yada yada. By the time everybody finds out about it, it's gonna be fully running in everybody's, like Sounds just said, pretty much in the daily diet.
They're trying to ensure that the few portions of you that remain man, the remaining portions of you that can transceive and receive. That's a two-way street, okay? Omnidirectional. It goes, it comes. As above, so below. As within, so without. Two ways here, right? You send, you receive. Hue, color, electromagnetic energy, all right? As you start to see, like you perceive now that your world is not the way you initially perceived it, right? You got all these spun off things. You've got these new age motherfuckers talking about, well, it's because we're moving from one age to the other. Yeah, that's it. Then you got these other people talking about it's the Novus Ordo Seclorum. It's the new age. And then you got these other people saying, it's the awakening. People are waking up. What's happening is you're perceiving more. And as you start to perceive more, there's going to come an instant where you're not accepting. You're not going along with it no more. And you're going to attempt to resist. You know it, whether you perceive it now in the here and now or not, you know it, and they know it. They are 33 moves ahead of your every move. They know today that in X days from now, you're going to come to the point that you've reached enough is enough. That's back to that saying. Google that saying. They know.
Can I interrupt again, Heath? That saying is literally on the Illuminati cards.
It is. Because when you reach the point where enough is enough, one or two things occur. If enough of your existence remains human, the human will lash out. If enough of your existence is inhumane or no longer human, you'll go along with the system. When that point is reached, and you can call that point whatever you want to. You can call that the fucking what is that? The quickening, the fucking when technology, they used to say, what the fuck is it? I can't think of it off the top of my head. Anyway, when that point is arrived at, they need for the majority to be inhumane, so that the portions of you whom are humane can't pose a threat.
Can I also please bring something up here too that's on the Illuminati cards? I'm just going by the things that I was seeing, is that at some point it shows the people come together. But can I give you the bad news? Bad news is that the cards continue and they don't.
This is not new, Perth Observer. This is not the first time. It will not probably be the last time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, see, the ones who are still humane, the way you get rid of them is you keep trying to tear away at the fabric of what they perceive human means. Hopefully, the idea is that you can force humanity out of them. But then there's still going to be that demographic that hangs on, that clings to humanity with the hopes of somehow saving humanity. And for those, they've got special plans. That's your 5G. That's your active denial system. And that's where you're basically able to take an area that, thanks to chemtrails, you've already partitioned, and you're able to activate a certain grid and nuke them fuckers. Yep, I said it. Nuke them, microwave them. It will be the same effect. You ever stuck a hot dog in the microwave for 4 minutes, 3 minutes? And now you'll understand when you start looking at a cell tower and you wonder why there's 50 to 54,000 volts running through a cell tower. You'll understand why your kids in elementary school are given iPads. I know. There's going to be those of you that said that that's because they wanted to make your kids smarter. So they didn't teach your kids how to grow food. They didn't teach your kids how to manage money. They didn't teach your kids world history. They didn't teach your kids how to make medicine. They didn't teach your kids anything of value, but you somehow perceive that they just gave your fucking third grader an iPad because they wanted to help your kid be smarter. No, it's so that your kid would be connected, so that your kid would be plugged into that 5G device, so that your kid would be in close proximity, so that when your kid's specific corridor was activated, your kid that was going to be uploaded would be uploaded, and your kid that resisted would get fucking microwaved and would no longer be a concern. And all of this has all been in place for a long time. That's why the increased efforts for the chemtrail program. If you looked at the chemtrail program, if you've looked at, I wish we could take models and superimpose models on top of each other as a way to better follow some of these programs. Because if you looked in your chemtrail program, whether you believe it's a fucking contrail or a chemtrail, model your from 3G cellular technology to 5G cellular technology and run that model right next to the chemtrail program and do some comparisons. People would, the writing's been on the fucking wall. How many card games do they need to make? I mean, and even before the card games, when did Albert Pike tell the world about the 3 world wars? What date was that he outlined how the 3 world wars would occur? What's it been, 100 years, 200 years? How long ago was that? Fuck, do I got to Google everything? I can. And what's sad is all of this has always been common public knowledge. It's never been hidden from anybody. You were too busy when you clocked in for fucking 8 to 12 hours a day than to look into this shit. 1871. Ain't that fucking ironic? 1871. Sound minds, are you still here?
Yep.
What happened? Why does 1871 sound like such a memorable date in my fucked up mind? I mean, after all, I'm long-haired, probably dirty, not very smart. I smoke pot. What the fuck? 1871? I've heard that date, not just in Albert Pike, but I've heard that date before. I remember that was the date when Americans lost their Constitution and a corporate charter took its place. It's fucking some crazy shit, ain't it? And I'm gonna post a link, and not that this even fucking matters, but look, it's funny, folks, because I'm sitting here running my fucking mouth about shit that should be fucking common fucking knowledge, and I'm gonna digress for a minute. You all heard what I just said. I said, what, do I got to research everything? And all I did was I typed into fucking Google, and I'm going to look this shit up, right? But here's how I see the world, and you all think about this shit when you all look into how you see the world. All I'm going to do, I'm going to look this up for these motherfuckers. I'm sitting here talking this shit. I'm going to show my work. And that's what's going through my little head. I type in Albert Pike, 3 World Wars. You see that shit right in the Google search box. What the fuck's the first fucking thing that pops up? This link right here. Let's click on it. It's the very first one. It's easiest. Or so I think. Good. It's going to tell me it's 1871. That's the knowledge that I was wanting to share with the people who may or may not give a fuck enough to hear it or see it. I don't even get to the date. Prior to getting to the date, the minute I click on the link, what stands out to you all? Here's what stands out to me. The hexagon in the upper left corner. Not even the fact that it's the upper left corner. The left-right paradigm, rabbit hole, argument, conversation, topic, whatever you perceive that to be, we'll say for another day. That fucking hexagon. That cube. Everything's about the cube. That's another topic for another day too. But I will put this article in chat. But it's just funny because we're talking about stuff being in your face. And all of the shit that's in y'all's face, the more you learn, the more in your fucking face it all is. And it gets sad once you start learning shit. It really does. Because then, like, I can't even, you know, people say, well, I don't like TV much. I don't watch TV no more. That's cool. I can't watch TV no more. I said that. I can't watch TV no more. That's the further that you go down these holes and the more that you learn, they learn that you're learning. And as you progress, they progress against you. Vinny G. Wasn't I talking about Vinny G?
I told you I'm going to talk about people more often.
That was funny. Vinny G is in the chat. I see you, friend. That's funny. You talk about people and they start popping up and shit, and then you're like, I hope they didn't hear what I said earlier. Vinny G didn't hear what I said earlier. It wasn't against Vinny G. It was against the cross. Is that politically correct?
I'll just say it anyway.
The men that were dressed like women that were talking against Vinny G's friend. Elvis. No, that's not who they were talking against. I don't remember who they were talking against. It was fucking some hilarious shit. And there was a lot of them. It was like a whole live stream. It was like a whole live stream full of men dressed like women talking against a friend of a friend of a friend. It was pretty comical. It really was. And I'm not trying to make fun of any demographic. Yeah, so Albert Pike is talking about the 3 World Wars, and he's talking about this in 1871. And what makes it so sad, what happened? Is this messing up on anybody else or just me?
No, it's all good from this end. I don't know what you're trying to show.
My channel's all froze up. Everything froze up. YouTube in general. Everything. Fuck you, sons of bitches. I'm going to talk anyway. And you will not deter my conversation or the topic of my conversation. So anyway, Albert Pike, world internationally known, acknowledged even at that time in 1871. Or the fucking, did it not even put the link in chat? You fucking bastards. Was talking about,
no, you did. It's up there. I can see it. Are you talking about the Albert Pike one?
Yeah, it's not even letting me view YouTube. But anyway, in 1871, Albert Pike was laying it out for everyone then. Now, Albert Pike is a Freemason. They are never going to lay all the cards on the table for the uninitiated. They're never going to let the people that are not initiated know everything. But they have always been forthcoming with telling you all exactly what they were doing, why they were doing it, and how they were going to do it. You remember watching Star Trek when you were a kid and you watched them dudes with them little flipped open devices thinking that they look like cell phones, but you didn't know they were cell phones then because we didn't have no such thing as a cell phone, or we perceived that we did not have anything such thing as a cell phone back then? That's right, Sunmons. They have to tell you. By telling you, they alleviate themselves of any karmic debt. Because you all know the truth. You have always known the truth. You didn't give a fuck. If you deserved to not be treated the way you are, you wouldn't be treated the way you are. If you deserved freedom, you'd have it. If you deserved a world in which you weren't killing each other and eating each other and fucking each other and just going to hell in a handbasket, you'd have otherwise. No, you live in a world of shit not because you have to. You live in a world of shit because you chose it. And the people that you blame for making your world shit, they're only doing what you
allowing.
let that happen.
Yep.
So when you start wondering and bitching about fucking climate change, as long as you're working at a fucking factory, I don't want to fucking hear it. Your whole fucking climate change and good environment versus bad environment, all them fucking conversations are lost because you're doing the bad climate. As long as you're buying all that plastic bullshit, you use that plastic bag, your fat ass old lady made you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich so that you could take your fucking 12-hour factory job for lunch and eat it. And you eat that sandwich and then you just threw that fucking bag in the trash and you did the same thing every fucking day this week. You bought your big ass gas guzzling fucking truck that you can't afford so that you could go work your piece of fucking shit factory fucking job, and then you want to sit there and bitch about the climate? What the fuck? Well, I got bills. You got fucking bills because you're not living the right life. You're not living the right life, not because you have to. You're living a fucked up life because you chose it. Nobody told you had to have all that shit. Well, my old lady, she's fat, so we had to have a silly Posturepedic fucking bed. A big pillow top mattress, you know, it's real soft on my side, but then she can like hit a button and make it firmer on her fat ass side. We had to have that $1,200 bed. I had to buy my boy them their Nike Jordan shoes because if he went to school with them cheap shoes, the other kids would have laughed at him. Well, why in the fuck did you send that fucking piece of shit fucking son of yours to a schoolhouse for 8 hours yesterday and today and every other day? Not because you had to, because you chose to. And it wasn't because the truth was not available to you. It was because you ran from the fucking truth. Because motherfuckers have been running their fucking mouth like me for thousands of years. But I'm an idiot. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I wear a tinfoil hat. I don't shave. I won't conform. I don't fit in your box. I make you uncomfortable. I say mean words. You never wanted to listen to the truth. You thought you knew something. Maybe you played right into a fucking trap. How much more obvious can it be? We told you it was a world wide web. Did it never occur to you that you were the very thing being trapped? Or then for you motherfuckers that don't use internet, you watch TV, don't you? Entertainment. So what is being contained exactly? What was entertainment? You really thought all that shit in that fucking boob tube, that idiot box, was for your benefit? What would make you fucking even begin to perceive something like that? Did you not hear who made it? So you don't know much about physics or electrons or electronics, period. You don't know much about cathode ray tubes. So any of them conversations would be lost on you. How about magic? Did you never fucking study what a magician makes his wand out of? Did you ever not see a comparison between the fact that a magician makes an enchanted device out of Hollywood? He makes an altar out of Hollywood. And these are the same people responsible for what you perceive to be your entertainment. Did you never make them connections? Did you never connect the cult of Dionysus and who you perceive your entertainers to be? Did you think when all of a sudden the pharaohs had millions of slaves, and all of a sudden there is no more pharaohs, but you've got these weird colored fucking people running around Europe with metric tons of gold, and all of a sudden calling themselves royal and saying they rule you by divine right? Coincidentally, just after all of the pharaohs disappeared, did it never fucking occur to you that maybe those people that you called king and queen were the very same people that used to call themselves pharaohs? Did you never connect those two? Did you never connect the fact that you heard a saying such as all roads lead to Rome to the fact that America is now ruled by a Colombian district? These were not connections that you refused to make because you didn't have the truth wasn't available to you. That's what makes it all so fucking pathetic. Is that you had all had access to everything, and instead you chose to go along with what the fuck was right in front of your face. Take the easy road. And now look where we all sit.
No, now we've gotten to a point where people don't even want to do nothing for a day.
I might consider doing nothing, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna do nothing because somebody that did nothing suggested that I do nothing. I'm not gonna have somebody that does nothing tell me to do nothing. Now, if somebody else that does nothing that has something to show for all their nothingness tells me to do nothing, I might consider it.
My flag is still better than all y'all's.
No, mine is better. Mine's got brighter colors. I told you that before. Back the fuck off.
I'm so jealous because you motherfuckers got a flag.
Just get away from my flag. He had to slip that one in there. We already had this argument, he and I, over whose flag was fucking better. I'm going to make my own. I'm going to buy some pretty material and make my own. I'm going to run under my flag.
Then you're not patriotic.
Yes, I am, to myself and my flag.
I've tried with Vinny G is in chat talking about his kids
and his trucks and how he doesn't want to be giving out money for other humans.
I don't want money, period. It sickens me when money has to come in physical contact with my person. Now, if I did not know, if I had never studied Torah, the Talmud, if I had never read into the occult, if I had never ever touched a book called A Lesser Key of Solomon, the Goetia, had I never been a Wiccan, had I never been Catholic, Had I never been a fucking Mormon, had I never, ever studied religion, I could have played the fucking idiot role and I could have just went with the flow. That shit, magic ain't good. I'm not saying that anybody is right or anybody is wrong, but to those few people worldwide that know that we were tricked. I didn't know. I didn't know. But once I did know, man, that shit's fucking nasty. I do without a lot, but I can honestly and sincerely tell you all, the downsides of the things that I do without in life are a blessing. Any adversity that I face as a result of living a minimalist life, it's so much better than the alternative. People look at me and they're like, dude, man, 11,000, because my gross, or excuse me, my net annual income is 11,800, about $12,000 total. And people are like, oh my God, dude, that would suck. That would suck. What sucks is the people that have money. Magic.
I'll give him the
they would use it. If that magic did not work, they would not use it. And once you've been spellbound, once you have been spellbound, it's a fucking hard to get away from it. Those sigils are on those promissory notes for a very concise. It doesn't. I love it when an atheist has a pocket full of money and he's like, dude, I don't even believe in God. I don't even believe in spirituality. I don't believe in nothing. Matter of fact, fuck it. I'm an agnostic, atheist, non-believing, whatever the fuck it is I am.
God, I saw him come on.
And they don't.
Up on panel.
Who?
Electric Bonsai.
Where's Electric Bonsai?
Get your ass in here, you little dude. Come on.
Yeah, I've had it. I thought I had the link in chat, didn't I?
But when he comes in, we got to be polite because he's my favorite little man.
I love little people. Or can I say little people?
Yes, you can.
I didn't know if I can call them that. You know, some.
I'll introduce you to my intelligent little person. I saw you. Come on. I saw you sneak in and then you snuck in and then you jumped out. Get your fucking ass in here. Come on, Ma. Let him in. No, he's not. Just let him in here. Come on.
I'm the same way, Andrew Fisherman. I don't. I'm rich, but not in terms of not in a fiscal sense. But as far as everything else, I mean, I've got, I don't know, 400 or 500 pounds of food put up. I've got 400 or 500 pounds of, anyway, I've got amenities that money don't buy. So I might not have dollars, but I've got other things that, you know, are very valuable.
Hang on a minute. Is he still? He's not, because he's not showing. Why is he not showing?
Who would we lose? Okay. Who'd you say we lost? What?
MP, come out wherever you are.
Yeah, don't be shy.
God, no.
Your tongue. I will have to. Don't make me go fucking go pee off the porch and for a
He jumped in and then he jumped out.
Yeah.
It's either that or he jumped in and he's incognito and we can't fucking see him. I don't know, but I saw him come in.
He pulled some of that gray dude shit.
Actually, I think he's a little bit more. He's a little bit more on the ball than Grey Dude is, because he pretty much turned invisible almost immediately. Is that him?
Yep.
That's him. Hello. Heath, Meat Electric.
Cheers, brother. Nice to meet you. Hello, Electric.
Come on, you're here now. Just a hello will be fine. Don't mute yourself. I know you're sitting there laughing at me right now, probably taking the piss. Come on, pull up those big girl panties. You're in the big. You're in the big leagues now. Hello. It's my favourite dude, Heath.
I'm not muted any longer. I am gonna run to the porch and pee. Hello, Electric. Thank you for being here. Nice to meet you, friend.
Come on, you got to say hello. Heath is gonna pee his fucking pants, dude.
I really am. I am jittery. I don't want to. What? I just seen a thing on a segment on my local news tonight. What is that? What did they call it? Something about missing out on things. Afraid to miss too much. Miss out on something. Mobo. Fear of FOMO. That's it. Fear of missing out. Yeah.
Well, let's not have you suffering from that. I don't want to be a part of that experience.
I can't believe that we live in a world where there's actually diagnoses attached to people. Like if they get disconnected from their device, I mean, there's actual clinical problems that are associated with them.
Look what he's writing. He says now that his mic's not working. Oh, come on, dude. I don't believe that for a minute.
For real, like Dale Core excuse.
Yeah, don't make me start calling you Dale.
Oh, don't be shy, Electric. I don't bite. I have, but I wasn't sober when I did, and I regretted it afterwards.
Andrew, hey from Canberra.
Yes, I can't wait. I can't wait on Electric. I've got.
Listen, he's letting out some secrets here, but you're not going to know who he's talking about, so you can go piss off the porch. What else is? Oh, come on, give me some more. Come on. You've got my attention.
Now I better go out.
No, go piss. Go on. You don't know who he's talking about anyway. I do. Come on out with some more secrets, quick before your ma comes back in the chat. What else is going on? Type faster. Come on.
It's about got time to go check on that big moon. I missed the big moon.
He's in the Hangout, but not in YouTube.
I missed the giant moon.
Oh no, you scared him. He's gone now. Damn it. Oh no, there he is. He's back in. How can you be in my Hangout, but you're not in YouTube? Did you go via Google? I mean, via what is it? Fucking Gmail.
He's still here, but he's not here. Yeah, he's still here. Electric.
No, he dropped off for a second and bounced back in.
Joined again, so No, Cat. It's 20.7. No, you're not going out. I'm a mean son of a bitch. I'm not letting you out.
You don't need to buy an email. Yeah, I don't buy anything on the internet. I steal it all.
I don't. That's the only time I do purchase wares is on the internet. I don't go into stores. I really try not to buy anything. Property, houses, electric, all that shit comes out of my meager salary as a. Is it even? What do you refer to it as? I'm a disabled American veteran. I don't know what I don't know what I refer to the monies that I get, because they're monies that are a percentage of my money. I'm getting a percentage of my own money back. So I don't really know if I should call it a salary. But after the bills are paid, there's still that remainder, and I don't want to touch that shit, like physically. So I got to get rid of it.
God, he ain't in your chat, but he's definitely on our panel. So
Panel, he's quiet. Shh.
it's okay. I'll be his mama for a while. I can't promise that I'm going to teach him everything nice, but hey, I promise nothing will happen to him. He won't get hurt.
Look, he is definitely here. And see, he can try to hide by being quiet, but I've got buttons.
Ding
I
ding
can push
ding dun
buttons.
dun 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 dun.
Watch, I'm going to push buttons and prove his existence. Even though he's hiding, I can prove it. There we go. You see, folks, the speechless person that I've highlighted, we can all see this, is electric. This person is Electric Bonsai, a friend of
Ding 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 ding.
out there talking. Yes, they are still here.
Okay, I just have to fix my mic.
Okay.
And by the way, yeah, I'm revealing secrets.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I'm always up for hearing secrets.
Do you
Please
know
reveal
about?
something of mine. I
I
forgot.
revealed Gut Valve's identity.
Again?
Wait, you already know Gut Valve's APOC.
Oh,
No.
absolutely. Absolutely, yes.
Yes. Yeah, she's been lying to you this entire time. Two
Wow.
identities.
And what else is going on in the world that I don't know about?
Oh yeah, that Woolies? They're finally fixing it, but badly. Yeah, bye. Bye.
Where are you going? Dude, get back here. Okay, you can talk freely now.
What are you doing, Cats?
She wants to go pee.
No, she's wanting to go out to the chicken coop and hang out with the chickens.
She hungry?
No, wants to go be with the chickens, but she's not allowed to this early. Gosh, it's cold anyway. You can't be messing with chickens this time of the morning. I've not figured it out. She is considering herself the protector of the chickens. When it's been cold here lately, she'll act like she wants to go outside, which seems stupid because you would think that in the cold, a cat, cats generally like to be warm.
Do you know that maybe she knows that something else shows up at that time, and hence that's why she wants out?
Well, there's only a couple things, and none of them would be good for her. The coyotes would be bad for her. The big raccoons would be bad for her. The wild hogs would be bad for her. Matter of fact, the only thing, and I think they would even be bad for her, would be the possums. I was going to say, if she would have a chance against something, perhaps it would be the possums, but it's It's pretty neat seeing how the different animals respond with the different animals. Excuse me.
I've got to tell you, Heath, with my little mate that just came in.
Yes.
When I used to run my live streams, every so often, okay, he started talking to me a little bit, and then every so often, like he'd disappear, and I wouldn't see him for ages. And then all of a sudden, he'd show up in my chat, and I'd tell everybody, "That's it. Everybody stop swearing. Don't anybody say anything. Be polite." I have no idea how the hell he would get. Well, I do know how, but whatever, you know. But yeah, so if you ever see electric flash by when you're doing a live, you know who it is.
Were you nervous when you first started going live? Did you were you nervous about engaging the public, or the public engaging you, or just nervous in general with regards to being on a public podium?
Not really, because I'm a people person anyway. Shit, I can sit down on a street when I don't know somebody and just have the best of conversations.
I always, you know, a good icebreaker was always to have a stiff drink, maybe smoke something if you had it. And so the first time I went live, I thought it would be a good idea. Have a stiff drink, maybe smoke something. Well, of course, many of you know that when you have a stiff drink, or 7 or 15, and you smoke something, or 4 or 5 somethings, you lose inhibition. Yeah. I thought that it would be a good idea. At that time, I had a better wireless device, and I would bring the camera with me. Well, I decided that I didn't want a bunch of dead space, and I didn't want a bunch of silence when I left to go to the bathroom. So I thought, in my infinite wisdom, I would take a device with me and just go to the bathroom. And I decided to set the device on the bathroom sink beside the toilet. Well, I didn't have the device probably put in, you know, in the right position. So here I am live, and I'm sitting here going to the bathroom, and I'm live, and I'm just sitting here shooting the shit, and I'm just, you know, we're hanging out, and we're talking, and of course, none of my friends that were live with me said a fucking word. Nobody says nothing. And then all of a sudden, the live stream's over, and I go to bed, and I wake up the next day, and I got like 100 new subscribers on my little YouTube channel. I'm like, oh shit, I got like 100 new subscribers in one night. I don't know what the fuck I did, but man, people must love it. This live stream shit, there's something to this. I'm going to do this live stream thing more often, blah, blah, blah. It never occurred to me, go back through the live stream, find out exactly why I got all these new subscribers, what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Well, I sat and took a shit on a live stream. And people watched me, and I sat and talked with everybody while taking the shit on the live stream. And everybody thought it was funny, so people shared it with their friends, and their friends. Yeah, dude's pretty cool. Here's the coolest part. He's taking a shit live. But he doesn't know he's taking a shit live. So the next thing I know, well, you motherfuckers is all laughing at me. Well, I'll fix you. I pulled the video off. I deleted the video.
Oh, no.
but friends already had downloaded, had copies of the stream. So then there was this big laughing event that went around a couple communities on YouTube about when a certain person is shitting on his live stream and doesn't know he's shitting on his live stream. And I'm sober now, and of course, you know, I didn't remember none of this shit. And then they're like talking about when I'm taking shits on live streams, and I'm relying on the fact that I've already destroyed all of the evidence. Fuck you, motherfuckers. I ain't never shit on no live stream. That's disgusting. Who in their right mind would sit and take a shit in front of God and everybody and not know it? That ain't even possible. You're crazy. You're talking about somebody else. When my buddy sent me a link to this video of this other guy that was shitting, and he looked an awful lot like you. Ah, that's bullshit. I don't believe it. They had kept a copy of the recording from the stream from when I did it. I must have been really fucking drunk. That's all I can remember. I do remember it, but not like it happened. Yeah, there's me sitting on a toilet, taking a shit, and just having a conversation, you know. I don't even remember how many people were in the chat at the time, but I didn't go live for a long time. I was fucking terrified. I just knew that event would haunt me if I ever went live. So my solution was to just not go live.
Sounds, are you still on?
Huh? I think so.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just reading a lot of information right now. I'm listening.
What are you reading about specifically? Please do share. Don't lie. Don't make up something that sounds cool just because it's entertaining. What are you actually reading?
Facebook users are more powerless. Okay, it says Facebook users are more powerless than ever. And it basically goes on to say how even if you don't have Facebook, even if you don't have Apple, even if you don't do any of these things, it doesn't matter because it is all tied into the same CIA-controlled operation, basically. No matter where you go, no matter what product you boycott, no matter what you do, they have you. Not that we didn't already know that, but still, I'm still just going in to see what they're willing to tell us. Let's put it that way.
You remember how yeah, it was, where's that segment at? Where is it? Well, and Facebook has some deceptive practices that most are not aware of. It gets worse when we're speaking about using Facebook on a wireless device. I always tell people, and I know this is a hard one because you use Facebook and Facebook came with your cell phone. You could not uninstall it. Do not use Facebook from the device. Don't ever do it.
I'm going to pat
If
my
you have
nose.
done it one time, you have fucked yourself. There are steps you can go and undo what you did. The easiest thing, don't do it. And in those instances, it's the worst. But that's not the only security issue. If you're on a Windows computer and you log into Facebook, the very instant that you go, even if you open a new tab, when you get to the Facebook HTTP blah 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 whatever the fuck HTTP fucking / www.facebook.com whatever the fuck your sign-in page, Facebook's knows where you came from. It also knows what other windows were opened on the screen at that time. Let's say while you have that screen open on Facebook, you've got YouTube and you've got Facebook open simultaneously. Facebook knows what you're doing on YouTube at that time, as it does any other page you happen to have open. You've got Twitter open, you got Instagram open, you got Snapchat open, you got Google Plus. So you say, well, fuck, I'll just log out of Facebook. I'll close Facebook. Until such time as you close the browser and terminate that session, if you keep that session, meaning you go ahead and log out of Facebook, Facebook is still tracking all the other things you're doing. until you actually close the browser and open the browser back up. But if you just logged out of Facebook and close that tab, Facebook is still tracking everywhere you're going.
And I love to use it against them.
It's a Five Eyes court, and they're all in fucking cahoots.
Absolutely.
Who is when we think in terms of dollars and cents? If I were to talk to you about Amazon, who is Amazon's bread and butter? You really think people buying products off Amazon are where Amazon gets a bulk of its corporate profits?
Of course not.
No. It's the CIA. It's the NSA. It's their other defense contracts.
It's the NSA. It's the DOJ. It's the DEA. It's the every alphabet agency that you don't even know about.
And what are they requiring? So if they approach your company and they say, look here, your company makes $10 million a year. Well, next year, you're going to make $20 million a year because we're going to we're going to take all of our buying power and we're going to spend it with you. We want something in return. And when you're dealing with a tech company or a tech-based company, what are they asking you for in return? Meta.
Give me all your data.
Metadata.
Give me all your data.
Yep. We want your metadata.
And I was just reading on this.
Blonde-haired folks do you deal with? How many African Americans you deal with? What percentage of your cannabis-related sales are derived from states in which have legal cannabis laws in place? Of those sales, what percentage of them have been with a MasterCard? What percentage of them were with a Visa card? How many of those, what percentage of those come from persons whom receive federal assistance from the United States government? What percentage of those come from college-age students? Of those college-age students, what percentage of those have active student loans or active Perkins or Pell Grants within the system? And all of that data is compared against all the other miscellaneous, what you perceive to be useless data. Useless data of your perception would probably be, well, you went to the local grocery store and they had milk. And the milk, which is normally $4.99, $5.50 a gallon, if you had this shopping card, you could buy the milk for $3.99 a gallon. So they kind of pressured you into that sale. It's normally $4.99, $5. Yeah, you had to use that card. To get that special price, you had to use that value card or shopping card.
Well, no, because we gave you a discount to the point of saying now you have accumulated points, so we want you to come back and do it again.
It's all about data, all about that useless data. And then we can feed all of that data into a system, and the AI can then make projections within 99.999999999% accuracy and tell us things.
Yes and no, to say that AI is nothing more than what it perceives to be at the moment. And at any given time, even a robot can make a boo-boo, and no different than humans going to make mistakes. And even if it is a mistake, it's okay for humans to do it. But when a robot does it, or a quote-unquote AI does it, guess what? It may cost you your life. It may cost you your future. And you're just going to have to spend 10 years behind prison because our AI system acknowledged you to be somebody that you weren't. And you're wanted on the most wanted list, even though it's not you. We're going to have to keep you here until you can prove that it's not you.
Yeah, it's a World Wide Web. And what do you do with a web? You trap things.
And that's the funny thing. I was just reading into what they called the site that I was at. They called it, no data tracking policy. And I was looking into the policy and it said, well, it's a medium. It's a medium no data tracking policy. In other words, we're not telling you that we won't take your email. We're not telling you that we won't grab your contacts. We're not telling you that we won't know about what you like. We're not telling you that we won't use your friends list and all your other contacts and who you associate with. We're just telling you we'll only do it to the point to where we won't sell it third party. Which then goes back to the database.
Well, and most of these companies don't have to sell the data. Most of these companies have to freely give the data, or they're not allowed to exist.
Exactly, because it's kickbacks that they get from the government, which is what they call a grant.
And the companies that try to resist end up like what happened when Kmart tried to resist. Where's Kmart?
Yeah, no, I agree to say that even at that,
who is
and Sears and many others.
Who is Walmart?
Well, we know who Walmart is in cahoots with the government.
It ain't Sam Walton.
No, it's the government.
Yeah, Walmart. Well, Walmart wouldn't need underground fucking bunkers that are protected by the military and shit if it was.
And
just
who's the government? Okay. Let's break this down even further. Who's the government? It's not the people in office.
It's the Vatican.
No, then not even them, really, in all actuality, because we paid for it, so it's ours.
Mm-hmm.
But people still refuse to believe that, well, all this gear that's being taken to these police departments and everything like that and used against the people, that the police departments own it. No, the police departments don't own it, because if it wasn't for you paying for the gear, they wouldn't own anything.
It goes back
you're actually lending it.
It goes back to all that magic. I could tell you that sheriffs are the highest fucking, they've got higher authority than just about anybody. But in the same token, if you walk up to your average sheriff's deputy and you ask them what those symbols that surround that pentagram on his badge refer to, the average officer, even the initiated officer, even the traveler, is not going to know what them symbols mean.
It even goes back to pedophilia.
He might get into a society that he's been taught would allow him knowledge, but they're never going to truly give him that knowledge because they know that he's an order follower. And order followers are dumber than a box of fucking rocks. That's why they follow orders. If they were smart enough to think for themselves, they would. They're not smart enough to think for themselves. Thus, they follow orders.
Thus, going back to too smart to be a cop. You can't have an IQ above a certain level now.
Yes.
On top of it.
I thought that was like, wasn't that the feds that did that? Because there was a guy that tried to get into, what was it, the FBI, and he had several degrees, and they wouldn't hire him. And
that's law enforcement. That's all the way down to your local level.
He ended up suing them, and the initial case actually went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled that hey, you're hired to do a job. You're hired to do what the fuck you're told when you're told to do it. And if your intelligence or superior intelligence affects in a negative way your ability to do what you're told, then they are within their right in protection of their little construct to not hire you. And that's why it was like you've had your whole idea of your equal opportunity employers, but there are certain positions, certain things that are immune from that, that don't have to adhere to them laws.
And that's why they're called the light workers.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if they're light workers, it's no different than the hive mind being the, you know, that's what they want, is the hive mind thinking as one, feeding the queen. And going back to, of course, we know the hierarchy or the bloodlines and things like that.
Yeah. Sound mind, nonprofits, and nonprofits have always made me sick. That is that is one of the largest scams on the face of the fucking earth.
It is.
Nonprofit.
Absolutely.
So the government says that the church don't have to give them no money. The church doesn't oppose government, and the government doesn't oppose church. Well, if they're both fucking got each other's hand in each other's pockets and they're both scratching each other's backs, I can only deduce then that they're one and the same. And if I know that governmentus, or to control matters of the mind, or mind control, would be how I refer to government, then I can only then deduce that both government and church are representatives of a control group. Whatever the group consists of is it not really relevant, but those both are instruments of control. And what would the opposite of control be? Chaos. So if chaos would be the opposite of control, what would the opposite of chaos be? Order.
And even at that, though, I mean, if we break down
chaos again.
And you know, even at that, though, we call it governance or government. Should I say we call it government, but it's just governance because of the fact of they have no governing ability, so to speak, unless we allow it.
And we have to allow it. Because unfortunately, most of us lack the skill set needed to do anything other than go along to get along.
I'm still here, people. I was just chilling, just farting around.
Partner now. It's making me hungry. I'm going to make something. Damn, I haven't eaten in 2 hours. That's a record.
Don't talk about food, dude. Don't talk about food.
I'm not, because without jumping up and having a jar of pickled eggs, pickles, tomatoes, or a variety of other organic, fresh, preserved foods, I don't have anything prepared. I had a waffle, but I eat those earlier. And I'm not cooking at this time of the morning. Of course not. I'll have to go get my typical hour and a half of sleep within several hours. My typical hour and a half of sleep within several hours. Silence is golden. I love hearing that.
Who said silence is golden? Oh, okay. Silence is golden.
That means so much more than those words in that pattern mean. Put together, they mean so much deeper meanings to so much more. So much more of all this stuff means so much more. It's mind-boggling. It's truly mind-boggling.
Oh, Andrew, don't be like that. I want to spend a day being ignorant. Can I please? I don't want to know shit.
And when you start knowing things, it's like putting. You remember the fucking the what was it at Kmart? We were just talking about Kmart. Blue light special, yeah. Or is it red light special? Blue light special? I don't fucking remember. Damn fucking drugs and alcohol. Was it a blue light? Blue light? No, that was a cop pull you over.
I don't think it was red light. That's usually hookers, unless they're in Target now.
Red light? That was hookers. I don't remember. But anyway, it's like putting a beacon on your fucking head. When you start to know something, things become knowledgeable that you are on a path of knowing. And the more you know, the more they put in your path to prevent you from staying on the ledge. Because the ledge of know, the knowledge, it's a thin line. You fall this way, you're ignorant, you don't know shit. You fall this way, you're ignorant, you don't know shit. There's what's known, there's what's known not. Real thin line that separates the two.
Oh, listen, can I just break you there now that you're talking about thin lines and whatever? I was reading, I wasn't reading jack shit. I was watching somebody's video the other day and they're talking about this thin blue line and that flag thing that the cops have got now in the States, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, normally Australia follows suit. You know what I mean? So I checked to see if Australia's got one. Well, fuck me, Australia has one. As far as I know, a shitload of countries have the same thing. They are putting the blue line through their through the bloody flags.
Yeah.
I mean, is this kind of like getting to the point where they're trying to come up with a design for the one world order flag?
They already got that shit.
Sorry, even the fire department have done the same thing through the Aussie flag, except their line is red. I can't remember who the other ones were. They have put a green line through the flag. So I'm kind of wondering if this isn't heading towards something else.
Oh, no, I think it's the same thing. It's no different than going back to our base colors of the flags. Most flags are, pretty much the same colors. If, you and I were looking into that, Perth, that, we're just going down the list of flag colors. And they're all pretty much similar, worldwide.
And most of them are based off of that Union Jack. And that Union Jack is the double cross. A double cross is not a good thing. A hex is not a good thing. Never been associated with anything good or virtuous. A red cross, none of that has ever been associated with anything good or virtuous. Ever.
If you go back to the flag colours, like you were saying, that I'm thinking back when we were looking at flags, if you look at that, they're pretty much taking the colours, regardless of what they represent. If you take the colours that we were looking at on those flags, I mean, you've got the green, which is on one of the Aussie flags now. You've got the red strip, which obviously a lot of flags have got red on them. You've got the
oh shit! Hey, can I interrupt everybody? So in chat, 420 Iron Horse types blue line and a question mark. My presumption, I don't like presumptions because my presumption is that 420 Iron Horse is unknowledgeable on the subject of the blue line. So in an effort to maybe shine some light on the topic of discussion with the hopes that maybe I can make 420 Iron Horse more knowledgeable, I want to share some data with regards to 420, with regards to the thin blue line. Now, previously, when I say previously, according to my timer, it's like 6 minutes ago, I had said some commentary in response to something that Sound Minds had said. Now, we jump back here to the present, and I'm going to just share some information off the top of my fucking head. I'm going to search some shit for 420 Iron Horse. And everything is interconnected. Everything you know, everything you think you know, everything you're going to learn. So, and I didn't even spell it right. I was going to type thin blue line meaning. I spelt it wrong by accident. Thin blue liner meaning. But Google's intelligent. I'm not. Google knows what I meant. Google knows I meant thin blue lining. But we don't even get into that. What does it... How is Wikipedia... No, not even Wikipedia. Fuck me. How does usatoday.com define thin blue line? Since, 420 Iron Horse wasn't knowledgeable, I wanted to help him out. The thin blue line, notice thin blue line in the little marks there, stands for law enforcement's separation of what? Order from chaos.
Yeah.
I was just speaking about that not even fucking 10 minutes ago. I had no knowledge. In all sincerity, I did not know. I knew what the thin blue line meant. But I didn't. I've never seen it put in that. Anyway.
Heath, I was going to do a video on that. I was reading that before I went to look at the images and do searches on Australia and the thin blue line. I was going to do a video on it, but I got distracted, and I didn't do it.
So could one construe then from their reading, from what they've seen on TV, from what they've seen on their monitor, from what I've said, from what you've said, from what Sound Minds has said in the last 10 minutes, that somehow a connection could be formed between this thin blue line, whatever this thin blue line is, and the same people that promote this order from chaos ideology? Could it then be deduced from that the same people are behind both the thin blue line ideology and the order from chaos ideology?
Mate, I'm telling you, when I started reading all of this shit and I saw that Australia had it, and Australia's not the only one, neither is the States. There's other countries.
Who do the cops work for again? Who exactly do the cops work for again?
Is it? Sorry?
Who do the cops work for again? Who are they serving and protecting?
Themselves.
It seems to me, the more I learn.
According to their union, according to that weasel, it's themselves and their families.
And who are they? They're not me and you.
No.
Corporations. They're corporation protectors.
The only thing, you know what's missing? When I look at that thin blue line on the United States flag, it doesn't quite work. Well, I didn't really sort of analyze the Aussie one, but when I look at the thin blue line on the Aussie flag, on the United States flag, the only thing that is missing is on top of the blue line, there needs to be the top part of the pyramid, and the bottom, somebody needs to write useless eaters.
And how many people never, and what was it I said the other day? I had seen something. I remember, and we'd even talked about this in a live stream. Cheers, I had seen
we'll whack it together, okay?
The machine that does the cryptocurrency, what was it? A Bitcoin ATM, that's right. And on the Bitcoin ATM, very noticeable, very visible, is this sigil, which refers to 1,000 rays of light. I'm not going to explain 1,000 rays of light. People should do their own fucking research sometimes. The eye of prominence, there again, do your own fucking research.
Oh, stop. Go back.
Pyramid, all Tell me simultaneously.
I saw it on the card. What is it?
Huh?
The 1,000 lights. I saw it on one of the cards. What is it? Because I was looking at that and I thought, what the fuck is that? Don't hold back.
People don't know things. They don't even try to know things. Is what.
Well, I am. I'm asking you. Stop complaining. Put on those big girl panties and fucking tell me. And if you're hungry, go get some food first. Go get a coffee, get a drink, something, and then come back and tell me.
And see, they're trying to attribute. If you look in Wikipedia, Wikipedia is fucking bullshit. Wikipedia is trying to attribute the 1,000 points of light as being a campaign by U.S. President George H.W. Bush. Let's go back further because it's not allowing me to go. It's fucking all these Google shits is trying to. It's giving me most recent shit. I'm not wanting the recent references. I'm wanting the fucking old shit. Give me the old shit. Now they're taking me back to the fucking Illuminati pledges of fucking allegiances and shit. It goes back further than that because most people know that the order or the society or the fraternal brotherhood established in Bavaria, which we now refer to as the Illuminati, even the ideologies and symbolisms that were used in the formulation of that order go back further than that order. Most of this shit is long fucking long ago. It won't let me go back far enough. You see, when I get all discombobulated and I can't fucking talk, y'all know this shit aggravates me.
Right, like I said, go get a coffee, something.
It's an old picture, but it goes back further, and this is your CIA, and this sigil, this emblem is your 1,000 points of light. I'm trying to get it to go back further enough to. It's not giving me nothing that's ancient, but it really is ancient. I don't want to do Wikipedia. Okay, here we go. This might tell you a little bit about it. And this is a Tex Mars book, and this isn't real recent, but he covers a lot more of this shit. Let's see if anything in the preface. Anyway, it goes back to the same, for the purpose of this live stream, nameless people we're speaking about, because I don't usually like to title the Free Sons of Ma, or excuse me, that's not the way we say that. The Freemasons. Yeah, that's what they are. The Freemasons. Free Ma Sons, or the Free Sons of Ma. It goes back real far.
If you stay in here and you be nice to us and you talk nice to us, we might sub back.
I subscribe to everybody and everything, always. I'm one of them. What's that? Scared to miss out on something? No, what they call it? What did the local news call it?
Was it something?
Missing something?
Did you say mojaphobic? No.
No. Here, what it was. I just have to play the clip. I'm going to play a clip for everyone. Let me play this clip. This was on my local news tonight. I don't watch the news. Somebody else watches the news, and when certain things stick out, I get notes on it, and then I go back and I review it, and blah, 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 blah. But anyway.
iPhone's new screen time feature wasn't enough. Now science is telling us to put the phone down for our own well-being. Surprise, surprise, social media is affecting your health. Researchers from the University of Pennsylvania monitored 143 undergrad students that were randomly assigned to either limit Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat use to 10 minutes per platform per day, or to use social media as usual for 3 weeks. Bustle reports they completed a well-being survey both before the study began and after 4 weeks of following to their assigned social media limits, rating aspects like fear of missing out, anxiety, depression, self-esteem, and loneliness. The conclusion was the limited use group showed significant reductions in loneliness and depression over 3 weeks compared to the control group. One thing both groups had in common, no FOMO. Both showed a decrease in it. Researchers think it may have to do with iPhone battery usage pages to measure how much time they spent on each app. No FOMO, loneliness, or depression? 2019 sounds promising already.
So this FOMO that they're talking about is the fear of missing out. And one of the reasons that, where is the article? One of the reasons that it's such an issue is because they're finding that people that use on a regular or semi-regular device are connected, that they are actually physically detached from what is real. Let me break that down a little easier. The majority of the people that are connected to a device, whether it be a cell phone, a tablet, GPS navigation in their vehicle, they are actually physically detached from reality, meaning they are unable to distinguish between what is real and what is not real. They are physically unable to determine for self what is real and what is not real. I mean, and they went through, I looked up, I thought that that was the idea of that was just asinine. So I had to study that a little bit more. And they've actually done studies, and yeah, it's a real fucking thing. When you can.
Well, can I please tell you that FOMO kind of sounds like mofo, which is motherfucker, but yeah. Just
and then it had, what was it? But see, our news covered it. They said FOMO, and then you've heard about FOMO. Have you heard about its brother or its cousin? And it was just the opposite. It was FOMO was the fear of missing out, and then it was the joy of JoJo. It was the joy of shutting out, joy of cutting off, joy of cutting out. I don't remember, but it was the opposite. It was the people that the demographic that actually detached, turned the phone off, put the fucking tablet away. And they did the 2 test groups, and the fucking shit, the differences between the two was mind-boggling. I mean, fucking mind-boggling. In the one study, the men that went a 10-day period without a cell phone. This is crazy. The men that went the 10-day period without the cell phone sexually satisfied their partner 70% more than the counterpart, the group that kept up their readily stayed on Instagram all day, checking their Facebook all day, on their phone all day. I thought, yeah, well, that's common fucking sense, man. Dude can't even please his old lady because he's got to look at his fucking phone every time it chimes. Makes sense. Turn the fucking phone off. Your kid's fucking not eating his food because he's playing on his fucking tablet. You want your kid to quit eating the fucking chicken nuggets from McDonald's and eat the fucking dinner you cook for him? Turn the fucking phone off.
You know what I want to see, mate? And there's got to be some out there. There just fucking has to be, but nobody's got the balls to put it up. I'll bet you there are couples that are in the middle of fucking sex, and when their phone goes off, that they actually stop to fucking have a look what the goddamn message is. I'll bet you a ton of money.
It's just crazy. And people look at me like I'm a fucking loser because I don't have a phone. And it's like, shit, I don't want that shit. I don't want that shit. And if you're coming to my motherfucking house, the first thing, well, A, you're not going to have phone service. You're not. I can promise you. You think your phone's going to work? You think you went out and you got the best money phone money can buy? I have taken steps. Your phone isn't working when you get to my house. If it even works, it's going to be sporadic at best. Okay. And people think, dude, do you realize how fucking crazy that is? You're like a conspiracy theorist. You should be somewhere. They need to put you in a home somewhere. You've got real issues. You need to fucking, like, I don't know, man, but they got pills you could take. You need to be seeing somebody because you're sincerely fucked in the head. And I'm like, okay, I get it. I get it. I'm a dirty fucking loser. I get it. Okay. I don't know shit. But then these same people, I'll get them to come and help me when I do like various tasks around the farm, like planting. Planting's a big deal. Like right now in my bedroom, I've got 600 plants. And it's surprising. You mean lettuce grows from a seed? That's crazy. I ain't never seen no flowers on lettuce. Where you get lettuce seeds at? And they can't. It's like, and then I'll go through the process. Okay, here we got some basil. Now we're not picking this basil because we want this basil to flower. We want this basil to flower because we're wanting to pick the seeds. And they can't rationalize in their mind how one step leads to this step, which leads to this step, which ultimately ends in a certain result. They can visualize in their mind a little spice container with some basil. They can sometimes recall from, oh, there's another one, sage. I'm like, look here, you want to know why I do what I do? Here you go. I'll pull this leaf off this plant. What's that smell like to you? And I'm thinking in my mind, it's sage. Every motherfucker and their brother has eaten some cornbread stuffing in a fucking out of a turkey's ass at Thanksgiving. Everyone knows what sage smells like. No, they don't. They're like, what the fuck is that? What did you put on that dear plant? What's that funny smell coming off that plant? Why does that plant smell like that? And they're serious. They are seriously holding some sage in their hand, some fresh rubbed sage. And they're trying to rationalize. And the only thing they can come up with is what chemical that smells like. I don't know if I should laugh. I don't know if I should cry. So it's like the devices have programmed them to the point they're becoming like the device. And the first thing they'll do, they'll pull out their little phone. Oh, shit. You got Wi-Fi, dude? Yeah, I might have, but you got to be closer to the house. Why don't my phone work? And it freaks them all the fuck out. Well, fine, dude. Let's just go sit in the living room. Let's make this conversation easier for both of us. Actually, let's make me having to dumb down my way of life to compete with your mental inferiority easier to tolerate. Let's go sit in my house. We come in the living room. Now they have internet access. Now they're happy. They're going to pull out their device and they're going to Googles and Wikipedias, and they're going to figure this sage thing out. And the best they can come up with was, damn, I didn't even know. That's why, you mean stuffing tastes, that's why stuffing tastes like that. Oh, shit. Hey, you mean I can grow my own sage? Where do I get sage plants? And I'm like, well, you plant seeds, and now you got to plant. And to see this, like the processes and the individual small processes that make up the big picture, it never computes. They're almost trying to analytically figure out a biological process. That's the only way I can describe it, and those words are not justifying it or doing it, making it sound accurate. They can't do it. They can't compute. They don't, it's lost on them. I've had the same instance where I started growing mushrooms, and I tried to the best of my ability to teach the average lay person what limited knowledge I had with regards to the field of mycology, how to grow a mushroom. And the first thing that everybody thinks they fucking know is how to read and how to comprehend what they read. Unfortunately, that's not true. They don't give a fuck. Most college-educated motherfuckers have read A Tale of Two Cities and fucking Lord of the Flies and whatever fucking they might have even read, Great Gatsby's, and whatever reading material was on their particular syllabuses, which were required to get that so-called degree. How do you know how to fucking read at a college level, but you don't know how to comprehend what you read? And I must deduce that you can't comprehend it if you don't know how to take what you've read and turn it into an applicable skill set. It's really hard to stomach being around people. But you got to make efforts. You do have to make efforts. The FOMO was a funny one because we're actually having to come up with diagnoses to address morons, simpletons, idiots. And what's scary about diagnoses, and when I hear that word, then that tells me that we're creating additional environments in which case pharmacology or the pharmacies, that's environments where they can fucking meddle in too. So when you create an idiot that's an idiot because of his device, there's going to be some fucking magician somewhere that's going to come up with a magical pill that idiot needs to overcome his idiocy. Or, you know, you can, these motherfuckers have gotten so good nowadays, they sell ice to Eskimos. Colors, he's talking about autos and colors and shit. Oh, you're talking about cannabis. Marijuana. This is all entirely illegal, grow in a legal state that anybody might be seeing in the background.
Right at 420. Thanks for hanging, mate.
Yeah, it was great having you, 420 Firehorse. And Pichu and Anthro and anybody that might be still watching in chat, the shit about being legal grows in legal states, we all know that's bullshit. I don't do what's legal. I do what's right. I don't give a fuck if it's legal or not. Legality is fucking the least of my concern in the world. It truly is the least of my concern in the world. Let me repeat that one more time. Legality is the least of my concern in the world. And yes, take it easy, 420 Iron Horse. You're most welcome to be here anytime I have a live stream or any other time otherwise. I mean, feel free to email me, call me, come visit. I always have an open invitation to the world. Anytime anybody wants, you know, if I'm doing something wrong in the world, fucking don't fucking show up at my house with a motherfucking automatic rifle and a fucking pair of handcuffs. Come approach me like a fucking man. Approach me and give me the respect that as a man I command. I am only ever going to treat the world as I seek to be treated. And if I'm doing things wrong, if there is a better way, if there's a more efficient way, if there's a more humane way, then come with your rebuttal appropriately. Come to me from a position honor. Approach me honorably. Approach me honorably with whatever rebuttal you have. And when I'm wrong, I will eat shit. I will fucking eat my fucking shit every fucking time.
God, no, don't do that, please.
No honor. There's no honor no more. And when you talk about honor, people get lost. They don't even know what honor even means. That's it. Sound minds. Are you still here?
I am.
Yeah. So
I'm doing research.
That's why them judges, that's why them fiduciaries. See, that's why they can trick everybody and shit.
It's the black robe.
For you. When you get into the legal realm, you're in that man's land. You're in that man's domain. And when you come to that man, everybody's seen the Matrix movie. Everybody's heard that little spiel about causality. When you approach that man with honor. Why do you think it's when they announce the judge, they say honorable such and such? Because in that realm, that man is honorable. And he is governed, he is duty bound, honor bound by certain restraints. Certain restraints are placed on him. He has to act within certain confines. Just because you don't know what them motherfucking confines are, don't mean shit. And when you approach him, if you're not approaching that position from a likewise honorable position, then you're beneath them. And if you're beneath me, hey, get fucked. I'll fuck you over every single time. If you want equality, you want to be treated with honor, then you approach me honorably. And if you don't know what that means and you can't figure out how honor works, hey, fuck you. I'm not your guru. I'm not your God. I'm not your fucking minister. I'm not your preacher. And see, that's where we're fucking up in the world, because we have forgotten most of this knowledge. Most things we don't know. And we've let things that are wrong take the place of what is right just because we didn't know better. And we keep sticking to that excuse. Well, why didn't you know? Well, I don't know. I just never, I couldn't get time off from work to learn it. The mourning robe, black robe, the death of justice as you perceive it to be. It's the death of justice because as long as you're approaching that position from an understood position, there's no justice for you. If you're down here and I'm up here, you will always be down here.
Oh, we're getting kinky again.
Quality when you're down. Now, I'm up here, you're down here, you want equality, then you need to bring your ass up. And when we have a meeting of the minds, when we can get on that same page, that's when equality is possible. Don't understand my words, but understand what I'm trying to say. Understanding will never be a good thing for the man. Understanding will always put you in a position of standing under. And if we are all equal, then we should all approach each other equally. You can't do that when you're standing under me. You can't approach me on the same level when you're underneath me. Which Benjamin, all sound minds put a Benjamin Fuford. I haven't looked into him in a while.
I'm sorry, my phone is too tired.
That is definitely a good article.
My mind's in the gutter.
Perth. The stream wasn't marked 18 plus.
Yeah, it was underage. I'll have to go back later and edit out every fucking time I said shit. Because apparently shit's not fucking acceptable on YouTube.
It's not? Since when?
You can fucking cuss all you want to, but you best not say shit. And you can't talk about any chosen people. I don't even know if technically I'm even allowed to say chosen people. I don't know if that might not be construed as talking against chosen people. That's a whole nother conversation. Man, it's sad the things that were forced.
I couldn't help it. He was going, you're on top, I'm on top. Everybody's on top. Whoever wants to be. I mean, shit.
I don't like being on top. There you go. I wish we were all on the same page, you know. I really do. All comedy aside, I don't like it when I feel like I have to talk down to the world around me. I don't like even feeling that way. And it's sad because I know that a lot of times it puts me in a precarious spot. Most of the people that I come in contact with, they love me or hate me. Generally, they hate me. And the reason they hate me is because I come off as condescending and arrogant and conceited. And I don't like that. That's not how I intend to come across. But if I'm talking to a fucking moron, to talk in a way in which he or she can comprehend what the fuck I'm saying, it takes real effort on my part. And it's tedious and monotonous and boring. And they all have the same access to the same knowledge that I have. Or you do like me, Andrew Fisherman, and I hide in the woods. I don't leave the house. And I haven't in years. And it sucks. It fucking sucks. It really does. But what can I do? I go out in public, and the first thing that's going to happen is some so-called law enforcement officer is going to interact with me. And then I'm going to have to tell him what his fucking job is. And they don't like to be told what their job is. So then he's going to think that he's in a position where he can somehow challenge my authority. And then he's going to just go, he's going to escalate it to trying to express some kind of fucking dominance. And ultimately, I know how it's going to end. Me getting my fucking skull cracked. And the same shit that I had to fucking hide from, I end up ultimately having to defend myself against. And no matter what's right or wrong, it always goes the same way. The same shit happens over and over and over, and you just get fucking tired of fighting them. And you know, and you at least when the coyotes are in the backyard, if there's a fresh bowl of food, they don't eat the chickens. And when they don't eat the chickens, I can actually sit outside and watch the coyotes, and they leave me the fuck alone. And the chickens don't get eat, and they make a bunch of fucking noise. But you know what? Come tomorrow or come today when the sun comes out and I let the chickens out, they're going to be happy. Yeah, the spooky cat's probably pissed off because I didn't let her out, but she'll get over it too. And all of my plants, I planted a seedling tray the other day or 2 seedling trays of cabbage, 72 cells per tray, 144 cells of cabbage, and I've got about 135 of them that have germinated. So I might not know my ass from a hole in the ground, but I know I'm going to have enough cabbage to be able to put up enough cabbage so that I'm going to be able to eat cabbage all next year. So obviously, the plants must feel I'm doing something right. My animals all get along, so they must perceive me as doing something right. So as arrogant, as condescending, as worthless, as dirty, as ugly, as unintelligent, all this bad stuff as I may be, in some instances of the world, there are things that perceive that my path is righteous. And that affirms what I feel. And that is that I am, in fact, doing the right thing. And I don't know how to try to keep winning my right to exist as I perceive I was meant to exist. I get tired of having to defend my way of life. I get tired of trying to explain to people why, hey, I don't sell pot. I grow the shit for personal medication and for the cancer patients in my local geographic area and for the veterans that can't get access to pain medication. I don't know why I have to keep trying to defend my right to do what's right. But in the world that we live in nowadays, we've got to defend ourselves against everything. Over and over and over, and it gets so fucking boring. It really, truly does. Sound minds. What is that link? What was that?
This is going back to everything we've already talked about, Heath.
Pope Francis, Canadian government. Oh, yeah. Well, goes back to prior to what we refer to as the, if we were to talk about Knights of Columbus, Christopher Columbus, District of Columbia, that whole, or what was the name prior? The Colombo, Columbus, Columbia, Columbian, and all of that family long before 1492.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this place was a big, this was one of the largest. This place is valuable because it was a major, like a centrally located shipping port, or I perceived was at some point. And all of you African American people that may hear this chat, you're not African American. There's nothing African about you. You were here. Most of you were here long before my kind, my color, my nationality, whatever the fuck you call my dumb redneck ass. You were here long before me.
What the heck happened to Perth?
Perth is still here. Or is she not? Oh, where is Perth? Perth fell off the chat?
She's in the chat, from what I can see.
Yeah, she had to go to the bathroom, it appears.
Well,
Change this one. I can change and flip up. Where's that other one at? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Image slideshow. Okay. Automatic. Not that I'm trying to be all quiet, folks. I'm changing something real quick in my OBS studio, which will change what's appearing on screen at this particular moment. Why did that show up that way instead of, oh, okay. And this has just been an excellent live stream. I do appreciate every opportunity afforded me to, in any way, shape, or form, have an effect. And I say have an effect as opposed to having a good effect, because I don't know how many people in the world are like me, but there have been a few times in which my worldview was really fucking rocked. I first started having to perceive that maybe things weren't all together the way that I initially perceived them to be. And there were instances in which that was troubling, to say the least. I got excommunicated from the Catholic Church. I had stuff done to me by the hands of the Shriners. I had to, unfortunately, be exposed to things that probably nobody should ever even know, but let alone experience them. And to have to come to terms with this idea that organized religion, organized government, and the things that work within those institutions did not have my best interest at heart, and probably never did, probably never would. It really fucking rocked me to the core. I was in the service. I was gung ho. Hey, be all you can be. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, man. I'm gonna do it. Hold my beer. Watch this. I'm gonna enlist. I'm gonna be a career soldier. What do you mean my knees are bad and you're kicking me to the curb? And then a couple years later, I'm thinking, well, fuck, I done been in the penitentiary. I've done had this wrong, that wrong. My life sucks. Fucking army. Fuck me all up. And then all of a sudden, them motherfuckers tried to buy me back. I wasn't good enough. When I was all gung-ho, they didn't want me. But no, you motherfuckers, I get out. I take my medical. I go ahead and get out. And then a few years later, life done beat me to shit. My body was broke. My mind was warped. And they all of a sudden wanted me back. Imagine that. I didn't do it. Second time, they tried to get me to re-enlist. Fuck you. Keep your fucking re-enlistment bonus and shove it up your fucking ass. We're going to give you some rank. Give you a few more dollars. You can shove that up your ass too. Made me question things. And I'm not blaming nobody. And I'm not putting responsibility on any of the things that I've experienced in my life on anybody's shoulders but my own. I'm here for something. I don't know fucking what yet. But I'm here for something. But it did make me, it was food for thought. It did make me question things. And, you know, it upset me. There are a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of tears, a lot of soul searching, a lot of research, a lot of questions, a lot of critical thought, a lot of changes, both spiritual, physical, emotional. But I stayed on the path. And I got probably 1 million more questions today than I do answers. And I've got that many more questions than I had when I started this journey. But the one thing that I do know, in spite of all that I don't know, is that every instance that has presented itself in which I could share some of the journey, some of the quest, some of the wisdom I've sought with the world around me, as much of a detriment or a toll as it took on me, it was also a benefit. It's like my world changes every time I'm able to share something new with someone. Every time that you're able to present someone with a piece of the pie, a piece of the puzzle that they didn't previously have, you're better for doing it. Ignorance is bliss. That is, I would agree with that. However, when you're living in that blissful state, your box is real small. And then you learn a little bit more, and that box gets a little bigger. And we're all still in a box. You know, that's why the whole ideology of thinking outside the box is so important. We're all in those little boxes. But with each new thing that we learn and share, we all grow, and that box gets just a little bit bigger. Maybe we'll never be able to break free of our chains. Maybe we will always be in bondage. But the hope and the optimism is that we could potentially break the bonds. We could potentially free ourselves. And maybe we wouldn't directly see the result. But how does any of this affect future generations? Most of us have kids. And those of us that don't have kids know people that have kids. And those kids are going to have kids. And, you know. So I might have been born into, or birthed, or born, or however you perceive it, into a shitty fucking world. And I'll probably leave a shitty fucking world. And whether it is or is not my place to say. But if I could potentially leave it just a wee tiny slither better than I found it, I feel compelled to do so, regardless of the toll it takes. Ignorance is only bliss for idiots, Andrew Fisherman says. I concur with that. But it gets rough because once you start, they don't like you to learn stuff. They really don't like you to share what you learned. And it gets harder, you know. I went to jail for putting flyers on people's windshield at Walmart. Yes, I was beaten and was arrested and went to jail for that. The one time the cops almost killed me, and I thought, since there were witnesses, I could sue law enforcement. You can't sue them. I mean, you can make the attempt. You can go through motions. You can file petitions in courts. You can... Yeah, it didn't go well. It didn't go well. You can make efforts, but it's always a fucking fucking them Freemasons and that fucking chessboard, or the black and white, the ones and zeros, right and wrong, or whatever, however you fucking perceive it to be. It's always the game of life. It's a game. It's a fucking game. Certain Eastern philosophies, when you start to study in those areas, what they even actually have a game of duality.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, isn't it?
It's a game, and you can, as you grow, you can play it like a game. I'm not that far yet. Can I fuck with the mind of someone less than me? Yeah, I can do that. I can play with their fucking mind, like play it like a fiddle. That's not even, that shouldn't even be. Now there are those that get entertainment value from that. Have I mentally taken advantage of people ever in my lifetime? Yes, I have. It's funny sometimes, but that's not really where any of us want to be or where we want to go. But that happens to us all quite often. We're played on so many fucking levels. It's all a big fucking... or like Dante said, the divine comedy. How he construed as anything but a comedy.
And the thing is, though, that, I mean, this goes so far back into the Roman times to where even beyond then, I mean, where we going back to corn gestures.
Were they even Roman times? If you start into some of that Tartarian research about Tartarian,
exactly.
Were they even Roman times, or did the Romans just try to claim credit for a bunch of shit that was never even theirs to begin with?
Nothing out of the norm. Nothing new under the sun, right?
Yeah, because history's wrote by the victors. The
Absolutely.
Romans, you know, different empires fight. One empire beats the other empire, and then that empire writes the story. The most recent victors may have been the Romans. But just like the Romans, just like they were talking about the Great Wall of China and all of that shit predates even Roman history. And what was the Great Wall of China? What was being secluded? And when you look into the Tartaria research, there's this big idea that that is what, in fact, the Great Wall of China, or so-called Great Wall of China, was built to protect. Had nothing to do with fucking China. There was no China back then.
And isn't it funny how the Vatican has nothing but walls, but yet it denounces walls for everyone else?
And they have the world's worst wall. Not the entire library, only sections of the library, but sections of the Vatican's library is the only installation in the entire world that has an active astral security system. Now, what this means is you have people who work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that prevent people whom have remote viewing capabilities from viewing the contents of certain rooms within the library of the Vatican. The Pope, the public figure called the Pope, does not even have access to those rooms. And in those rooms, that's when you start learning stuff. You think Nikola Tesla was smart. Yeah. You've heard the saying, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. How much do you know about Nikola Tesla's father? How much can you find on the internet when you research Nikola Tesla's father?
That is a limited source for a reason.
Yeah.
And, I mean, as we know that whenever they feel that they find archaeological finds, they'll even go to the extent of destroying them. So
and
no
there
one
was
does know the true history.
A so-called Western institution that was established for that very reason. I'm referring to the Smithsonian. And that's why when you used to hear about so-called dinosaur bones being found, the very first thing that happened was the Smithsonian shut everybody up, acquired complete access to the site, and then shut the site down. And then several months later, there would be this new dinosaur on display in the Smithsonian. Yeah.
And I mean, to the point where National Geographic is nothing more than a propaganda source. And of course, National Geographic was boasted into the limelight, and everywhere you go, it's National Geographic. To say that, well, in this month's National Geographic, we discovered, this, that, and the other. And I don't know if anybody remembers, about 2+ years ago, they have been trying to genetically engineer dragons.
Oh yeah, and the people. Where do you get if you researched weather? Where would you get like a lot of your weather from? Where is that data? That data is compiled. And where does it come from? And then you look at stuff like your NGS, And your NGS is your National Geodetic Survey. Yeah. And hell, shit. I'll pull this up on screen too. Might as well, huh? In fact, let's look at my screen for a minute. And
I'm going to put up a pretty interesting little video here, probably in the next 24 hours, about a lot of the history that most people have forgotten
now
about how these all tie together.
Here's your National Geodetic Survey. This is their webpage. It would be www.ngs.n0aa.gov. And what are they? What is it? What do they do exactly? Who are they? Well, here's what I can tell you. I can see this trinity, this pyramid, this triangle, this whatever this fucking emblem is. Oh, let's go take. It's a federal agency. Let's see what Wikipedia calls them. The United States Coast Survey and United States Coast and Geodetic Survey redirect here. They are former scientific agencies of the United States government, which should not be confused with the United States Coast Guard. Defines, and manages a national coordinate system, providing the foundation for transportation and communication, mapping, and charting. Now, the reason that this is pertinent is because when I ask you where you're at, you're going to tell me a city or a town that's within a state, a territory, a township. You're going to tell me that that state, city, town, territory is within or on a continent. What's a continent? It's a landmass of some sort. How many land masses are there? And we could sit there and we could keep trying to figure out where exactly we are. But the only data that we have to rely on is the data that someone has given us. And when speaking about this particular data, who gives it to you? Well, it's the people that write the maps. Yeah, that's it. Were they truthful? Who do they work for?
Same people we employ to say that even at that, they're not who we think they are.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. They're not. We go back to their little logos. They communicate. You see, I could talk all kinds of shit that can mean one thing or it can mean 10 different things. But what meanings never change, what language is not subject to interpretation, is the language of symbols. And that's why they use them. These symbols always mean what they mean. There is no place in the entire universe where a stop sign means anything other than stop. It's not corruptible. You can't pervert it. You can't bastardize it. You can't edit it. You can't alter it. You can't make it mean anything other than what it means. You can corrupt a language that is based off of the spoken word. You can't corrupt a language that is based off of symbols. If you learn how to read that language, then you learn what they are saying, why they are saying it, how they are saying it. Most of us spend a lifetime and can't even speak English. or excuse me, can't speak English properly, let
And
alone
that's
read their symbols.
and that's exactly what they want, because or we wouldn't have the indoctrination system. They have no duty to protect your kids in the schooling system. They have a job to do when it comes to the indoctrination system.
Yeah, why did that not, did I not take off my screen share? Ah, stop that. Stop that too. Remove. Yeah, your school system. What's that? That's that's your Rockefellers. That's your what? Your General Education Board, which later become known as the Board of Education. And why was that done? What was it that Rockefeller said that if you wanted to have the strongest society in the world, what would you need? You would need a strong workforce. And if you wanted to have a strong workforce, what would it require? How would you make a world in which you had the strongest workforce? And Rockefeller's response to that was, you teach them, and you start them young. And later, that became known as the Board of Education. Now, the Rockefeller Foundation did not just start with going into the mountains and taking the kids away from the farm and putting them in school. So what did that do? That crippled the private farm. Because unfortunately, or fortunately, however you perceive it, most of the employees for the private farm was the kids. That's not a bad thing, though. Kids worked the farm. Kids got older. Kids inherited the farm. Well, when they took the kids out of the farm, there was no longer any farms. That killed a lot of the food industry. When people didn't have access to the foods, the fresh, healthy foods that they were used to, they started getting sicker. Well, the Rockefellers were intelligent because they had people backing them that were planned on backing them long before there was a Rockefeller Foundation. Now, all of a sudden, we need doctors. How do we get doctors? You didn't have to go to school to be a doctor. Rockefeller Foundation said, well, look here, here's what we're going to do. We're going to build some schools. We've already got your kids in school. We're going to take your kids. We're going to put them through this school to be doctors. They're going to live a life of privilege. They're never going to want for nothing. In exchange, they're going to push our medicines. And that's where your pharmacies came from. That was the Rockefeller Foundation. Because they already had everybody weakened because we weren't having access to the fresh fruits and vegetables that we normally would. We were getting sicker. And what's a sick person do when you offer them a cure in the form of a pill, in the form of an elixir? It doesn't even matter if you're a snake oil salesman. When you offer that sick man or woman the cure, they're going to take it. And that opened the door for everybody to start taking and consuming poison. And if anyone has ever wondered or questioned or not known of this, all they had to do was look into the symbols. They always told you what they were doing, how they were doing it, when they were doing it, why they were doing it, and nothing was ever hidden from you. You just never looked into the symbols. Maybe you fucking thought you knew something that you didn't know. Maybe you just didn't give a fuck. But anyway, so that's when you get into your pharmacy. And when you got into your pharmacy, and you wanted to know who your pharmacy worked for, who your pharmacy represented, did you ever look at the symbol on the outside of the pharmacy? I think everybody could probably see this on screen. Let me see. Yeah, everybody should be able to see it. It's probably pulled up. But what you're looking at here is the staff of Caduceus, also known as the staff of Hermes. The caduceus is the staff carried by Hermes in Greek mythology and consequently by Hermes Trismegistus in Greco-Egyptian mythology. Hermes Trismegistus. Now, who else you think, if you used your mind and you thought, aligns himself with the teachings and some of the philosophies and ideologies that were shared by Hermes Trismegistus? Well, the people that use this language and the people that operate in secrecy using this language, and I say in secrecy because if it wasn't a secret, everybody would know it. Everybody has access to it, but not everybody knows it. It's your Freemasons, which they've went by many names historically throughout history, even before they were called Masons. Because what is a Freemason? It's a craftsman. What's a craftsman? A craftsman is a person that uses a craft. They're a builder. They're builders. They build things. Now you can dumb it down and you can say, so you mean a bricklayer is a builder? Well, what's a bricklayer build? He builds walls. Yeah, that's a builder of a sort. What about people that build worlds? What do you call them? Well, they're builders too. They just build worlds. The block mason, he builds walls. The fucking roofer builds roofs. Some builders build worlds. Some builders build societies within them worlds. All of this has always been evident. It's always been shown. There was never anything about it that was ever hidden. At some point historically, the adults vanished. There was a bunch of kids, and the kids didn't know anything other than what they were taught. And they ran around here fucking up the place. And the kid reference, what I'm referencing when I talk about the kids is the fact that you had an era in history in which you have work camps worldwide. This was not isolated to one particular country or the other. These work camps were all over the world, and they were kids. Well, how would there be a world in which the bulk of the labor done worldwide would be done by children? In what circumstance would be created that you would need all of the work done in the world to be done by children? What would, let's think about it logically. Okay, so you've got kids building all the buildings, making all the parts, doing all the labor in the world. You never asked the question, where's mom and dad? Mom and dad weren't here. There was no mom and dad. For whatever reason, there were no adults. There was a world full of kids. Why? How? Well, if you wanted to rewrite history and you wanted to entirely rewrite history the quickest way possible, and you wanted to do it within one generation, how would you do it? Get rid of all the adults for that one generation. Get rid of the majority of the adults worldwide for that one generation. And if you were able to do that, however you did that, the kids, they would only know what they were taught. And then once the kids came to age where they could run the world, you would then have to go back and you would have to have a way of hiding or concealing former history. And if you did it good enough, the world would never know. The world, when we would look at world history, we would, from future generations, would only know the history that that generation of children were taught. The previous history of the world would be no more. And then all of a sudden there would be evidences of that previous history that would arise, as indicated and illustrated nowadays. Flying. We think fucking flying some new fucking deal? Really? The Wright brothers knew something about fucking flying? Really? We're going to attribute flying to the fucking Wright brothers? What about the Vedic text? What about the Vedas? You know, what about the fucking, I mean, people been flying around a magic carpet ride. People been flying around for thousands and thousands of fucking years, but we're all of a sudden going to be that fucking dumb that we're going to attribute flight to some goofy fucking American dudes out in the middle of a cornfield. Baghdad battery holds voltage today, thousands of years later. Now, you can't get a cell phone that'll hold or keep a charge all day, but we got a battery that ain't been charged in thousands of years that still holds power.
But we can't let that get out now, could we? We wouldn't want that to get out.
Or another one. When you look at the ancient photographs, and I'm not even talking about ancient. Let's see how far back I can go. 1800. How about that? Now, let me see. What year is this going to be? Sean, tell me. Please find a date. Okay. Now. Oh, man, shit. Yeah, let's pull this fucking shit up, too. I'm on a roll. Let's see. Now, pull up display capture, and I'll make it big so everybody can see it. All right. Now, the era that this photograph that you're seeing at in this picture, you're looking at fucking St. Petersburg. You're looking at the year 1855 to 1881. Here's what's odd. Where's all the smoke? I'm looking at the horizon and I see no smoke. Now, where's the smoke? Well, why would there be smoke? Well, how did you heat the place? How did you cook? How did you wash your fucking clothes? But here, that isn't even why I'm showing you a photograph. Where's all the people? Who built these buildings? Now, why is that a pertinent question, you may wonder? Well, so you're telling me that in 1885, you got this big thriving metropolis. You got this big old fucking city known as St. Petersburg. How did you get the entire fucking city of people to stay indoors so you could take a picture? And if you could prove to me that was even possible, then I say, I want to go to Washington, D.C., and I want all you motherfuckers to stay in the house for 1 hour so I can snap a photograph. Is it possible? How could you make it happen? Some fucking photographer managed to make it happen. He took bunches of pictures. And sadly, where's all the people? Where are they at? Now, 1885. No, excuse me. This particular photograph on scene, this is 1861. So I guess there is no motherfucking Chevy Suburban trucks. There ain't no Ford Explorers. How did people get around in 1861? Because I'm a fucking moron and I don't know much about history. Did we have cars in 1861? I don't think so. We might have. I don't fucking know. My point is, where's all the traffic? If there's not traffic, did we travel by horse and buggy in 1861? If we did, where's the horse shit? Where are the piles of horse shit? What, did we have some magical cleaning crew that come through that morning and cleaned the entire fucking city so there's no horse shit? And again with the people. What? How do you make an entire fucking industrial city full of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people disappear so that you can snap motherfucking photographs? I'm using St. Petersburg as a reference because it was on my mind already. Sadly, St. Petersburg isn't the only city like that. This is fucking, it's mind-boggling. Where are the fucking people? Where are the piles of horse shit? Where is the smoke from the chimneys? And there's cities like that all over the world. So when someone pops up with a photograph with somebody talking on a device in the late 1800s that looks an awful lot like a motherfucking iPhone, I don't know what it means. I just don't know. But just in my limited ignorance, I know enough off of what I've just seen and looked at in the last 5 minutes to know that the fucking story being fed to me is not authentic or accurate. And I sadly only hear a few sparse people here and there even asking these questions. You know, and the St. Petersburg picture. Another thing I'll point out on those pictures is, how is it if there's no smoke and there was no heat generated from fire? There must have been an alternate heat source. Does it ever occur to any of you that there was a heat source that was utilizing something other than steam, something other than fire? We've had electricity a long time is the short end of a long-winded point. Electricity isn't new either. My biggest problem with most of the research that I'm learning now is it's almost like this place was vacant, as in no people. And then all of a sudden, people were magically here. In cities, in towns, where architecture, where design, where electric, where buildings already existed. As in, I don't really like to say transplanted because I don't perceive that we were transplanted, but almost like we were. The structures were in place prior to the people inhabiting the structures that were already in place. And I can't comprehend how that was possible. Yet, I can't think of an argument that is logically sensible enough to mean anything other than what it means. There's no argument for it. I mean, what the fuck? How did you get everybody to stay in the house so that you could take a picture of an entire city? How would you do it? We've got lots of modern technology today. How would we do it? Should I deduce that they had fucking Photoshop in 1885?
It's only what has been portrayed to us.
Oh, somebody, Andrew Fisherman chats mentioning Kazakhstan. Ain't that the fucking Illuminati city, Kazakhstan? Isn't Kazakhstan the one when we do the Google Earth thing? It's like a fucking big pentagram. I might be mistaken. I know they've got some fucking fucked up buildings and shit and some weird shit. And let's see. I got to refresh my memory on that front as well. I hadn't looked into that in quite a while.
No, I think you're right.
It used to be something. Yes, it is. It's the pentagram. Yes, I'm correct. It is the pentagram. And now we have an explanation for it. Oh, that's livescience.com. Oh, yes, I'm sure this is going to be an excellent explanation. Conspiracy theorists.
There we go.
Archer engines.
Now you're officially a CIA agent. Congratulations, because you read their site.
The star was a popular symbol during the Soviet era. Kazakhstan was a part of the former Soviet Union until its dissolution in 1991. Stars were often used throughout the Soviet Union to decorate buildings, facades, flags, and monuments. Oh, it's just a pretty star.
Oh, you're not going to believe that I'm looking into...
It's a pretty star that has a circle around it. How coincidental.
Okay. Now, this is exactly what I was looking into about the Soviet Union, just as you said that. Now, if people understood exactly how it works and exactly the plan, yeah, this is the goal. Now, take some of this with a grain of salt, because they start to mention in here the 9/11 aspect of things, and we know that 9/11 wasn't done by Osama bin Laden.
Agreed.
But yes, you keep going. I'm sorry. It was just very interesting how you just mentioned the Russian history, and that was what I'm fixing to do a video on that.
Protected. There is an actual bin Laden family, and that's why this goes back further than all of that, though, because directly there was the international no-flight order issued directly after 9/11. Nobody could fly. Most people couldn't fly, excuse me. But even though most people could not fly, the bin Laden family was allowed to fly. Now, the bin Laden family they're not. They're definitely players, but the Bin Laden family never had anything to do with. Well, kind of, sort of, no. Tim Osman, the CIA guy, he was who was called Osama bin Laden. Now, Osama bin Laden, I don't believe ever existed. That was another persona. It was a real name and a real family. But the Osama bin Laden terrorist, blah, 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 that was a created patsy. And that's why, if you'll notice, the minute that there's this no-fly order worldwide, nobody can fly, certain families,
except for the ones that could get out, of course,
were flown out. 7 of those families, I think it was 7. I may be mistaken. I know it was 3 flights. I don't remember the total number of people, but they were foreign nationals. Foreign nationals that just so happened to be Bin Laden's, and they just so happened to be Saudi Arabian. Now, most people know that the House of Saud is Jewish. That is a move, cat. I can't see. Damn it. Kitty blocking my view. Most people know that the House of Saud is Jewish. That was you cannot convince me that it was not a Talmudic ritual. I strongly perceive that the Mossad carried out a Talmudic ritual. Now, how this relates to Americans, that's obvious. It allowed for the enactment of the Patriot Act and the subsequent Patriot Act 2, which a lot of more control was implemented on the American public. Americans prior were known as having the most liberty of any other country in the world. It limited us a lot, significantly limited the leeway that the American citizen had worldwide. It limited the American citizen's ability to go anywhere. It limited where they could go, how they could go. But it also, within this country known as America, it limited. That's how it affected Americans. How did it affect the world on a world stage? Well, it got fucking it helped to further along the fulfillment of certain prophecy. You might not be Christian, you might not believe in any of that shit, you might not believe in gods or devils or any of that other shit. What everybody should know or should believe is that when there was a lot of shit buried underneath Solomon's temple. There was a lot of shit buried under Solomon's temple. And some of it was recovered and has been used against people ever since it was recovered. And enough stuff was ascertained from that I want to build a machine. I've got parts A and parts B. I put them together, and now I know that in order for the machine to function, I need part C. And the only way I'm going to get part C is I'm going to have to get up under this here building, and I'm going to have to get part C. And according to the map I found, it tells me where it's at. In addition to finding part C, Certain things have to come to pass prior to the implementing of those three components for my whatever's to occur. That agenda, hypothetically, was maneuvered further along. And I think that that's what 9/11, that specifically was what 9/11, the target was. Fulfilling prophecy. Because see, a lot of the world stage is about steering the world in a direction. If you make a Muslim think that Allah is talking to him, he'll do whatever the fuck Allah tells him to do. Even if you're that voice of Allah. You convince that Muslim that you're Allah, he's doing what you say. You convince that Christian that Christ is talking to him, that Christian's going to do what you say, regardless whether you're Christ or not. If that Christian perceives you to be Christ, that Christian is going to do what you say. People are easily steered. That's why religious ideology is, there's a lot of truth and a lot of wisdom, but anytime you develop belief structure, you get jaded. You let your guard down. You quit looking for truth. You think you got it. My God's the one and only true God, and there is no other God but that one true God. And all of a sudden, you quit looking at all them other guys because you believe what this other dude told you. That's why belief is dangerous, because belief will get you caught up in a situation that you might not be favorable to you. And you're unable to see it for what it is because all you're seeing it is from the angle that it is, in fact, favorable to you. So that on Kazakhstan, and they're talking about all of the other people that follow that. And they mentioned also several other groups, not just the Russians and the Star. They also reference Lucifer, the light bearer. What's light? Light is the opposite of dark. Some people have referred to light as being the G in the fucking little Freemason symbol. Some people have referred to light as being gnosis or knowledge, wisdom. Some people have referred to light as being as being energy. See, words are where we all get fucked up because they mean so many different things. The Pythagoreans, they weren't really good. Ancient Greek mathematician, Christians, Freemasons, and Wiccans. Yes, unfortunately, I have a little bit of experience with Wiccans. Gosh, that's some fucked up shit. Now you want me to join Live Science just to be able to click on a fucking link? Misconceptions about So see, why did I click on a link about Wiccans? Why you automatically presume that I have a misconception about Wiccans? And it harm none, do what thou will. So mote it be, blessed be, all that bullshit. Do what thou will should be the whole law or whatever. Fucking all that bullshit. It's all fucking nothing new under the sun. S-U-N-S-O-N, same thing. Means the same thing. Church of Scientology. That's a fucking joke. Oh, wait. Am I allowed to say that's a fucking joke when referring to the Church of Scientology? I don't want to piss nobody off. Damn. It used to be, there was a time when them motherfuckers would seriously come after you for even publicly speaking anything against the Church of Scientology.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's now. They're doing it now on the streets to the point where
it was vicious.
And now
that's George W. Bush's grandpa. Aleister Crowley? George
Now,
Bush's grandfather. Yeah, Aleister
yeah,
Crowley.
exactly, and it goes a little bit deeper than that. But when you start talking about L. Ron Hubbard and many other people like that, that's when things get real interesting too.
And has anyone looked into, when you look into Aleister Crowley, you know where a lot of Aleister Crowley's ideology came from. Aleister Crowley was meditating, channeling, doing whatever fucking we think or perceive to think that people that are talking to the spirits do. And a certain spirit spoke to Aleister Crowley, which, hey, when you're channeling spirits, if you know what the fuck you're doing, you can channel a spirit or channel something, whatever you fucking perceive it to mean, whatever you mean, but you can channel things. Well, so Aleister Crowley channels something, and he talks to this something, and this something talks back to him, and they strike up an accord. Well, this something, he even drew a photograph of it. Wait, do I have a picture? Can I pull up the picture? I wonder if I've got a picture of it. I don't know. I'm gonna look, find one real quick. Yeah, you see it. Hopefully it's easy to find. Oh, there it is. Now, this is the being that Aleister Crowley spoke to. I'm going to call it being. I don't want to call it demon. I don't want to call it fallen angel. I don't want to call it a god or guru. I don't know what it is. Aleister Crowley channeled something. The something that he channeled, they had a conversation at length on several occasions. What I'm going to pull up on screen is Aleister Crowley's rendition of the being that he spoke to on multiple occasions. What does that look like to you? Oh, there's one there. Oh, no, that's just one of the grays, or what you call an alien. That's the being that Aleister Crowley spoke to. It's got an elongated skull. That almost looks like one of them. No, it ain't one of them Anunnaki things. Hell no. That's the being that Aleister Crowley spoke to. There's the being of an alien. We don't know what the fuck they are. They go back a lot further than Aleister Crowley does. That's why when you look into like your different Egyptian pharaohs, and they have, coincidentally, the elongated skulls. We've even found elongated human skull or humanoid skulls. Which I thought was pretty odd as well. Andrew Fisherman, words are power, they allow communication. Well, see, we had communication prior to having the spoken word. The spoken word comes from the Phoenicians. Your Phoenicians are what came up with later became known, and I don't even altogether know that I believe this any longer, but history, recorded so-called history, tells us that our system of language is developed off of pictographs, the little pictures that first were the Phoenicians did the whole cuneiform clay tablets and the hieroglyphs and all that.
Hieroglyphics.
And it was developed not as a form of communication. It was developed initially as a system of record keeping. We were no longer hunters and gatherers. We became a seafaring race. We started traveling the seas. I'm not talking about just getting out in a little fucking canoe, in your little fucking piece of shit canoe in your little farming village, but actually traveling the seas. And we needed a way of recording our travels. And that's why the system was developed. Eventually, that system was adopted by the Greeks. And the Greeks are where you get your act, and they used that same system and converted it into an actual alphabet. And that alphabet was what was used to create spoken word, actual word. We had sound and we made sound prior to that. But it's usually been pretty accepted that our system of communication, it did not begin with spoken word. Communication existed prior to spoken word. Spoken word was developed as a result of the alphabet. Isn't that where alpha, the whole idea of alpha even comes from? That's supposed to all be Greek, is it not? Alpha?
It is.
Not is that Greek? But our the spoken word was as a result of having the alphabet.
And it's amazing how they use so much Latin to this day, even in the courts. To say that, when most of these so-called colleges of indoctrination is what they are, have changed things so much to the point of history or history has been changed to the aspect of a hidden story.
Yeah.
And most people have.
Makes me miss Terence McKenna. Terence McKenna used to say that the next evolution of mankind would have to come from a revolution of language. That language is what has crippled us. And I've always perceived that to be true, because just like even the fucking Bible, how many times you argue with people about the Bible because so much was taken out. And when you look into exactly why so much was omitted, the excuse that the church gives is so much of it was lost in translation. And with the broken fragments that were remained, they had to piecemeal it all back together, and that basically translation and other linguistic errors were what caused us to lose so much of that history. Or they say lost. I really think it was just kept from us. I don't think it was ever lost. And I don't think there was ever a scenario in which we just didn't know. You can't tell me.
Riddle me this, though. Okay, if that is the case, geez, yeah, you got my mind going another direction. I lost it. Yeah, no, I was in there deep with you for a second, and then I lost it. Go ahead.
The church says that we lose things in translation. So you're telling me that you knew enough you come up with enough to come up with a cipher or whatever way that you broke down a language, and you knew what that language meant. So you were able to then come from one language and translate it into another language. Yet most of it, you, for whatever reason, could not translate. And I've never comprehended how that were possible.
Now, Andrew's got good points in the chat. I will give him that by far. I don't know if you're touching bases with the chat or not.
The alphabet and it only being relevant to Western Latinic-based cultures, based on Latin. Yeah, because like we read left to right, other languages read from right to left. We use a system of consonants and vowels, A, E, I, O, U. where some languages don't even use that. Yeah, well, that's true. That's why, like, if you get into like your what is it? What is it? What is it? Let me think back. That's where you get your YHWH being able to mean Jesus, but also that another literal translation for that would be Anunnaki. And another translation of Anunnaki would be A-nu-naki. And what is a Naki? A Naki is as a water spirit. So Anunnaki could also literally be translated into meaning a new spirit for Naki, or a new water spirit. And the way they, when I read into that research, the way they do that is when you look back into some of your ancient Arabic languages, it's completely fucking different. A man could spend a lifetime studying nothing but language and not know shit. I've spent a lifetime bouncing all over the place, and I don't know shit, but language is a hard one for me. I have a little bit, but...
Okay, well, now that brings me back to what I was stating. Now, if our languages were meant to basically communicate in the proper forms, why is the dictionary constantly getting bigger by the day to say that we're to the point where we're even inventing our own words? We're even inventing, something that, maybe a cloud formation. And here we are doing geoengineering, but yet we're having to invent a new cloud formation.
Oh yeah,
and
12. What is it? 12 now? It used to be 5, and we've got 12 now.
Yeah, to say though that we're changing things to the point of using it for the improper means of indoctrination, and of course, they don't even want us to be able to speak proper English or correct English or pronunciate even languages that there's so many different dialects that even if, granted that there are some words that are similar in many different countries and different dialects and things along those lines. But, how can we have, if you learn, let's say, Spanish in the US, the dialect is totally different if you go to Spain or if you go to Mexico or if you go to Guatemala or if you go to Honduras, it's totally different dialect. So how can we sit here and say that communication is getting better by any means?
Communication is getting worse because, see, our communication is based now off the spoken word. It was never meant to be based off of the spoken word. The spoken word is the result of the written word. The written word was meant to serve as a system of record keeping. At some point, mankind was taught to communicate via the written word as opposed to prior forms of communication. Yet, there are still universal languages still in use today. Hence, the pentagram. Those mean, all those symbols have always meant what those symbols have always meant. They never change. How many people look at a swastika and instantly associate that image with Nazism? Which is funny because Nazis never even referred to themselves as Nazis. But how many people see a swastika and associate that symbol with Hitler? It's crazy because none of that stuff. We're trying to use words to attribute meanings that just don't exist. And if I have a thought, I'm limited when I try to convey to you that thought. How do I convey it? What do I have at my disposal to convey a thought to you? What, words? That's inefficient. It leaves too much of a margin for error. It's just never meant to be a practical form of communication. So one can only deduce that it could not have been ever the only form of communication, which is evident when I see symbols everywhere. So I can only figure that the truer form of communication would be in the symbolism. Yet, what language do most of us speak? Are we speaking in symbols? Or are we speaking in words? Why is it that so much of the truer forms of language have been taken from us or cut off from us? I guarantee you that there are an entire demographic of peoples worldwide that can look at almost every symbol and can tell you what that symbol means. Whereas the average person is limited by their ability to use word to affix a meaning, which is also limited by their word usage, by their vocabulary, by multiple language barriers. Hey, I'm an English dude, and you're a fucking an Arab. Then it gets real crazy because a lot of stuff doesn't translate back and forth. So what do you do when that happens? Well, it creates division. We can't communicate. We're trying to communicate something with the only thing we have at our disposal. You got your language, I got my language. But our system, language, is broken. Whereas somebody else has a universal system. They're able to unite and communicate. That's why we can't unite. Because we can't communicate with one another.
And, that goes back to, the fact of, you may give me 2 chest bumps with your fist to say yes. And my form of chest bump to my fist 3 times may say yes. So, I mean, here we are to the point to where the next generation is taught 4 fist bumps to the chest is yes. When in all actuality, all we had to do was nod our head up and down.
And how is it that if I smoke some DMT and you smoke some DMT, we are both going to be able to see an entity, and that entity can communicate to us, and we will both know. We won't be able to necessarily decipher it, but that language or whatever the fuck it is that entity communicates would be it will communicate to me the same way it communicates to you. And we're talking individual experiences. If you're wherever you're at right now and you smoke some DMT and I sit here on this couch and I smoke some DMT, we can get on here later and whatever being you saw and talked with, it spoke in a way that was the same as the being that I saw spoke. What's that? Mass hysteria? It's you know, it and it does. There's something to be said about that. I mean, because it's odd that, and I've had that experience. I can't rationally come up with a logical explanation. So I can only come up with, what do I got to come up with? Well, they don't want me smoking DMT. They tell me it's bad. They tell me not to do it. But then them same people, they flash these fucking symbols all over, and then they tell me don't eat the mushrooms either. It's like them motherfuckers that are telling me not to do shit are trying to keep me from divided from other people, and it's like they want to keep this division going. What are they dividing me from? What are they keeping us all separate from? What have we been separated from? There's some reason why unification of the human species is discouraged. I don't really have an answer for it. I mean, and that's like on a world level. It's like everywhere.
Oh, absolutely, Andrew. You know, divide and conquer, the art of war. You know, protocols of the elders of Zion. You know, I think he talked about that.
Scale.
Oh, sure. And,
on a world scale. So for it to be on a world scale, then there would have to be those of that world that were united in order to pull off division on a world scale.
And the crazy thing is, it is only 1%, as we know, to say if 1% of every race can unite, how can we not unite as billions on just, you know, two races together?
I refuse to perceive that it's only little insignificant details like, well, that guy speaks Chinese and I speak English. It's got to be larger than that. That would be too insignificant of a detail to create enough division than to be able to keep it. It couldn't keep us apart if it was something that small. So when we think in terms, when we think about macro as opposed to micro, larger, what's larger than language? What language does. And what does language do? It affords you the ability to communicate within your species. So if language is the system that we use to communicate, and language is the problem, how do we communicate outside of language? And we might not be able to now. Does that mean we never could? I don't think so. But yet none of us can now. So then and in trying to figure out why we can't develop other systems of communication outside of language, we have to start looking at common denominators on a world scale. What is kept from us on a world scale? We're not able to explore the mind. I'm not even saying that that is the answer, but that, I think, would lead us closer to finding an answer than probably a lot of the other conversations that could be had with regards to communication. What are we all not allowed to do? If we can't communicate, and because we can't communicate, we can't unite, what is it we're on a world scale that we're not allowed to do that's preventing us from being able to learn how to communicate?
And the crazy thing is that they interject so much of this. I don't know. They call them liberals. They call them right wing. They call them left wing. They call them all this other stuff. They, you know, to say that it doesn't matter when most of them realize that there's a problem. They just don't want to face the problem by looking in the mirror and saying, Why can't I let these differences just go to the wayside, if not throw them in the garbage bin, and say that we all are in the same sinking boat and nobody's got any bubble gum, duct tape, baling wire, or anything to patch this thing, and we're sinking and we're in the middle of the freaking ocean.
Are vaccines worldwide? Are vaccines worldwide?
I want to say that they are. I mean, because a lot of these third world countries are being forced upon people.
Is the chemtrail program worldwide?
I would say so if we're in a closed-in atmosphere one way or another.
So therefore, as within, so without, vice versa. We're things are being put in to act as blockers between us and everything else. We're being cut off from the world.
But we're only being cut off because we allow it to be that way, to the point where we can't let differences just lie and realize that the boat is still sinking. I don't care what nationality, I don't care what color, we all still bleed, to the point of saying we all still die. And if that's the case, you know, what does it have to do with anything other than, you know, even the deaf can communicate with, you know, the blind, so to speak. And even the blind can communicate with the deaf. You know, it's here nor there, other than the fact that we make it an issue of, to the point of, I'm tapping you on the shoulder, you're blind. Okay, I'm now touching your arm to let you know that I'm moving around to the back of you. Okay, to say that, guess what? We worked together, deaf and the blind. We ended up getting to point A to point B, to say nobody got hurt. You know, and yet we all still choose to do nothing other than push the blind out of the way and leave him there to fend for himself. Communication. And why? Because we can't look at ourselves in the mirror, to the point of saying that let it lie, let it be. You know, I don't care if you're this or that or the other than the fact of, maybe you have a belief that, I don't know, libertarian is better than Republican, or any classification that they want to put people in. It doesn't matter. The boat is still sinking. You know, I mean, all out of bubble gum, duct tape, baling wire, and anything else a redneck can come up with to say that the boat is still sinking. Are we all going to sit in the sinking boat, or are we all going to get out and swim together to pull the boat that's got what little food we have left still afloat?
Most of us seem to do as little as we possibly can, as often as we possibly can. Unfortunately, it just seems to be evident, as illustrated by the world around us. How many times have we had options to help to feed our neighbors, but instead we fed our wife and our kids? And then we rely on the excuse, well, if the neighbors were hungry, they would have come over when I had supper cooked.
To say it may be that neighbor that, you know, when things get tough, is the one that's guarding your house because you can't sleep 24/7.
Yeah.
And, you know, to the point of, you know, you gave that neighbor that one meal to say that, hey, let's communicate. You give me a meal, no problem. I'll take a shift. I'll take 8 hours. Oh, there she is. Hi, stranger. Neighbor that one meal to say that, hey, let's communicate. You give me a meal, no problem. I'll take a shift. I'll take 8 hours.
Oops.
Oh, there she is. Hi, stranger. Maybe that one meal.
Sorry, folks.
Oh, she's on the background with us?
Mother of mutual background. Jiminy Christmas. There she is. Hi, stranger. Maybe that one meal.
Oh, she's on the background with us?
The mother of mutual.
Sorry.
I know. Takes a little while to get there. Are you all refreshed now?
Actually, I was quite pissed off because my internet went down. So,
Oh, really?
and that went down because I got booted right out of the internet connection. Then I looked at my NBN and that was down 3 lights because it's usually got 4 going. So, yeah, shit happens.
I'm gonna have to take this big, giant, huge puppy to the bathroom.
Hi, Andrew.
10 months old, and she's, I don't know, 120 pounds. It makes me wonder what she's going to be at 2 years old when she actually grows up. Big dog. Just what everybody needs. She's like almost 6 foot tall. 10 months, and she's like 5'8". Oh, enormous big old dog. Hey, stop it. Let me.
Andrew, true that, mate. Fucking true that.
I gotta run this doggy out. I'll be back in 1 minute, 2 minutes, however long it takes her to relieve herself.
Hello, doggy. What's her name? His name? Her name?
Karma.
Karma. Maybe she doesn't recognise the accent. It's the wrong accent.
This month,
Karma.
Let
me change the accent.
She's coming to heat for the first time. So she's been kind of, I don't know, kind of needy, kind of just, I don't know, a woman on her period. Oh, come on, big flag. Ow. All right, come on, big beast. Come on.
Stop distracting her. I'm trying to talk to her.
Yeah, come and get you
her.
Leashes. And, yeah, come on, dog.
What should I say? I was trying to get her attention. I guess I've lost my mojo.
Sit. Good girl. Come on, buddy.
Well, when you got to use the restroom, I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter who you are.
True that.
Yeah, she didn't hesitate to go out.
It's more fun probably outside. I can't believe I've been guest bagging all day.
You've been what?
I can't believe I've been guest bagging all day, talking.
As opposed to?
I don't know. In this heat, it was just tiring. It's humid. If nothing else, I'll get a good sleep. Even if it's a short sleep, it'll be a deep sleep. Although at some point in the next 3 hours, I do have to go and get some cigarettes. Which I really don't want to get dressed and have to go do that, but I hate waking up in the morning with no ciggies.
Come on, Spooky. Come on. Hurry up, Spooky.
Do you want to go get some for me?
I'm thinking that if I did, it would be about $15 cheaper.
Yeah, rub that shit in.
Well, you gotta do it with 20-something at one point. It's supposed to be. Ooh, it's gotten hot. It's almost 34.
No shit, dude.
Yeah. You know, last night it was in the 20s. What kind of loser stays up on live streams on YouTube all night? I'm just kidding because I know a lot of us do it. It was a joke directed at myself, but other people might take offense to it. I'm not calling none of you YouTube losers. I mean, I'm not calling people on YouTube or people that stay up all night. Anyway, on the chain, going to the bathroom. She'll be out there for a little bit. She ain't gonna get too later. It's gonna be pouring down rain pretty soon, probably.
Well, plus the fact she'll get too cold.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna rain. Lots of rain. We've got
Andrew, it's not just that, mate. It's just the sense of humour is totally different. I mean, the way that I speak is crossed between Aussie and Croatian, and majority of the time people don't know when to take me fucking serious and when I'm joking. I talk like I'm serious, but in actual fact, I'm just taking the piss. I'm joking. You know what I mean? So
I took a piss while I was outside.
It'd be too cold for you to put in the water this morning.
Yeah, it's actually the whole weather thing is just crazy these days. And you know, maybe you can't do nothing about it, but you can do something. Like, if I wish people would comprehend just how important it is to get you a little piece of shit fucking $50 light, stick it in your fucking some corner, and get you a little bucket of some dirt and grow you some lettuce. Grow you a fucking onion. Grow something.
At this point, I want to grow tobacco.
Just if people would prepare in some way, shape, or form for things not always being how they take them for granted to be.
Andrew, exactly.
Andrew Fisherman, it was cold, significantly colder prior to the sun coming up. Yeah, and you know, hey, it's the middle of fucking winter. I can't really bitch about almost 40 degrees being cold. When I find issue with it is when it's almost 80 and then 2 days later it's 34. That is just that's, you know, in this part of the country, in this part of the world, they say you don't like the weather, give it a minute, it'll change. Okay, yes, the weather change is all the time. But when we talk about weather changing, we're talking about a variable that typically might alter 5 to 15 degrees. Well, when all of a sudden that 5 to 15 degree variable becomes 5 to 50 degree variable, that's odd. That's outside the norm. I don't know. I'm not one of these skies falling people, but I do.
Dude, what's not normal is when it's fucking 60 below. That ain't normal. That just comes down bloody wrong.
They are way more unprepared than they should be comfortable feeling. You could always do a butt scab like the Deros do. What's a butt scab?
Andrew, stop speaking Aussie.
Got the shits.
Like a foreign language.
Oh man, that was so suck. You're out on the porch taking a piss and you get the shits. Well, at least if you're on the porch, it's just a little small space to be able to position yourself. And then you just got to hope that you don't piss on yourself or you're trying to drop your drawer so that you can shit. And while going through that, you hope you don't shit your pants or shit on your pants when you're...
No. He's just trying to say taking the piss and got the shits is yeah, it just doesn't mean the same. It's two different meanings, and see, it's like...
She's still not used to the idea that there's these people in the world that sleep while others are awake. It's like, what do you mean you sleep in the day? You don't sleep in the day. that's just fucking weird. Can't argue with it.
Oh no.
113, 64, 3 or 4 hours a couple weeks ago. And it's like I keep trying to tell everybody that the changes that we're seeing are like almost changing exponentially.
Oh, I've got some news for you people. You know how I was saying that my two big mulberry trees out the front, not a sign even of a baby in mulberry, right?
Yeah.
I go outside because I was cleaning up outside, not yesterday. I did a couple of days of gardening and what have you. And what do I see? On one of my small mini trees that is in a pot, mulberry, it's covered, okay, in baby mulberries. But the weird thing is, I've got like about 8 of them potted, okay? I looked at all the others, not a fucking mulberry in sight. This one little one, mulberries all of a sudden all over it. The two out the front, the big ones, which should be chock-a-block full, covered, whatever, not a fucking sign of a mulberry. Yes, I know that was exciting, but shit, that's the best I got.
Not good to get very many mulberries off those others, you're saying?
Off the big ones at the front. Oh, shit,
What do
mate.
you do with the mulberries?
Pardon?
What do you do with the mulberries?
Eat them.
Make wine or jelly.
My mother said make wine or jelly.
I did try and make last year for the first time in my entire life. I made jam, and it was to die for. It was just fucking lovely. And apart from that, I juiced it and that way. I think I overdosed myself on vitamin C, quite frankly. But it tasted bloody lovely.
Oh, birds. You know you feed it to the birds.
Oh no, my two parakeets, the two that they're a pair. And when they discovered that there was mulberries, oh my God, the two of them would sit in the middle of the mulberry tree, and the racket that they would make talking, and I'd sit on my steps and I'd be listening to them and I'd be watching them through the leaves, and they're talking away, they're fucking squawking. I think personally they were having either a bitch session about somebody in the neighbourhood, or it was one of those domestics that they were having, right? But yeah, they would just make all of this fucking racket, and they would bite into the mulberries, and then whatever was left would drop, and as it splatters, it was just leaving this pattern all over the paving, you know, because that shit stains. Do I give a fuck? It ain't my paving. But yeah, they had a ball, and I had fun listening to them.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
And the crow still picks the damn figs off the fig tree, because he busts it open and then he takes it over to their bird bath and drops it in there, leaves it until it mushes up, and then comes back and gets it later.
I sure hope I'll get some chickens here in a few more days. That would be lovely. I think I'm on day, 13? Wait, today's the 19th, from the 10th, or from the, no, earlier than that. Did I start? No, not the 10th.
Today's the 19th.
Today is the 19th. I started on the 6th. So the 6th to the 19th would be, 13 days? I'm trying to calculate in my head. Chicken eggs, 21 days. I'm trying to remember when I put them in incubation. I'm hopeful, but I'm not optimistic. I say not optimistic because I just don't.
Not tomorrow Wednesday, but the following Wednesday will be 21 days.
Didn't really. I tried to do some elementary real crude candling. I guess it could be argued that I didn't have an adequate light source. Maybe I even attempted to candle on the wrong day. Whatever the fuck. But I didn't see what I perceived I should have seen. So I don't know that it worked out. I'm hopeful though. Not optimistic though. On my road to sustainability, you know, if you're going to have chickens, you need to be able to have your own supply. Yeah, nature, I could let them go and let nature do its natural thing, but that leaves too many variables that I do not have control over. And the problem with variables that we do not control, we don't control their outcomes. Was I muted again? No, that's sounds muted over there. Okay.
Yeah. I'm checking out some copyright stuff that I got a while back ago to see if I can accidentally let that get put back into the system.
Oh, what, is my stream being copyright infringed on again? Damn it.
No, it's me.
I wonder if I guess when they gripe about a stream, it's after the stream ends. And it's not even instantly after the stream ends. I mean, there's been times where a couple days went by and all of a sudden I've got this copyright notice from a stream from 3 or 4 days ago.
Well, in that case, Heath, then they're not really that bad with you, because when I get a copyright on a stream,
yeah,
mate, that bitch flashes up in the middle of my screen, and it tells me immediately that I am doing copyright shit.
Well, you've seen where I've actually been on the live stream, and they just shut the stream down. Oh man,
that sounds familiar.
And then you bring it back up again.
That's the fun part of it, Perth.
It was entirely, I don't even know whose fault. I don't even know who to blame it on, because I don't do it. That's what I dislike the most nowadays. I have no control. When
I was on one, Heath, when they brought you down.
I use my devices more than I use them, and I can't do nothing about it. I'm smart. I'm very intelligent when it comes to being tech savvy, and I've not figured a way of doing it in a way that I use Linux. I use Kali Linux. Kali is what they consider to be a penetration testing software. What I mean by penetration testing is if you had a website, if you had a network, and you needed to know if your network could be breached, if it was even remotely possible, you would come to somebody like me, and I would take my Kali Linux, and I would attack intentionally your system, and I would try to find weakness in your system and exploit it. That's what it is. It's what penetration testing is. I'm trying to find a weakness that I can exploit. Even knowing what I know, having all of the protection. The best protection is when I'm using a Kali Linux-based system. When I'm using Linux, then they just fry the fucking hard drive. You put a brand new hard drive in and you use it for a few minutes, and all of a sudden it's not operational anymore. When I'm using Windows, oh man, it's crazy. They do some freaky fucking shit.
That's what I say. Jump in and say hello. Don't. Well, I mean, lurkers are fine if people just want to sit there and listen. But you know, we don't bite. Jump in, say hello, make yourself known. Pull up a chair.
Where's the shyness come from? In general, I find that people tend to be almost shy.
Yeah.
Hey, the lurkers are more than welcome to jump on a panel and call me out as being the motherfucker they perceive me to be. I can take it. I threw a link there in chat. If anybody wants to come on and... Oh, man, I shouldn't even did it now that one of the lurkers ran away. You don't have to be scared.
No, what that is people have more than one chat open, as in on different live streams, so they jump from one to the next. That's why the jumpers, the numbers jump up and down.
I think it's funny that if I'm drunk and I fire up a joint, I'll have 20 or 30 people in the live stream. And then the very instant that I mention anything intelligent, I'll have 3 people on the live stream. It's always mind-boggling to me, the stuff that is allowed to be promoted. And the stuff.
Andrew, I don't think you need... do you need a camera to get in? Can't you just have a mic, Keith?
Yeah, you can just have a mic. It doesn't require a camera and mic. It
there you
requires... Go. Well, you've got to be able to use Google Hangouts.
Jump on, Andrew.
Yeah, I could turn the camera off. It'd still be on the Hangouts. Andrew doesn't have a...
Andrew, don't be shy.
Yeah. Yeah. Or a phone or a tablet. Yeah. There's a lot of that. It happens. But people, you know, I don't... No pressure either, you know. Do what you feel comfortable doing. I appreciate the fact that people would be here anyway, you know. Even people that don't, you know, I'll have people that will pop up into a chat just long enough to say hi, and I'll never hear from them until the next time, and I won't see them. And to me, that's special, you know. Even if they didn't listen to a fucking thing I had to say, even if I wasn't able to fucking in any way afford to them something that they found valuable, just the acknowledgement, you know, somewhere on their fucking, what is it you call it, their pizza, and here I am on mine, they thought enough to acknowledge me. Even if it was just long enough to say, hey, fuck you, dude. You fucking cut your hair or shave and shut the fuck up. The fact that they would acknowledge me, period, is...
Andrew, no dramas, mate.
I'm not going to my local grocery store. I'm not going to my local convenience store. You're not going to bump into me at church. We're not going to run into each other out paying bills. You're not going to see me in town. You're not going to see me at your fucking whatever the fuck it is yuppie people do in their metropolitan areas. I don't hang around around dense populated areas. Matter of fact, I really don't get around people at all, period. So the only interaction that I get between myself and physical humans is what little bit I get on Google Hangouts. That's got advantages and disadvantages, obviously. Andrew Fisherman, you don't make videos. I went to your channel. There's not even one single fucking video. I'm lying. That was mean. I shouldn't have said that. No, Andrew Fisherman does make videos. Fucking little fish. Do they not have fucking catfish? Where's the catfish videos? What the fuck? Who wants to see a fucking video of a fucking crappie? Or a fucking bait fish? Or a fucking carp? At least if it's going to be a fucking grass carp, it should be a fucking big one. You need to go. You're more than welcome to come to the Smoky Mountains. I got a river. And when we go to this little spot on the river, it's completely private. And I can guarantee you, I'll make some dough bait and we'll only catch 1 or 2 things. Every 5 minutes, you're catching something. And every 5 minutes, it's either going to be a giant fucking carp or a giant, you all probably call them something different. We call them mud turtles. They're actually, their name is a water terrapin. They're a soft-shell turtle. Yes. Andrew Fishman has a channel, and he has videos in which he illustrates little bitty tiny fish that people should put in their aquarium. No, you probably shouldn't. They're wild fish. Okay, they're not all terribly tiny. Crappie just don't get real fucking big. Although that looked like a pretty good sized fucking crappie. No, that's a golden perch. I'm running my fucking mouth and don't even know what I'm talking about. A golden perch. From the distance, or from the quick glance, it did look like a crappie. I it was mistook for being a crappie. And it would have been a pretty good sized crappie. Golden perch.
Guys, I'm going to love you and leave you because I'm going to bed.
Well, you go to bed.
Really?
It was great.
I'm actually thinking I'm going to end this live stream anyway. So if there's anything you want to say, Perth, Sound Minds, feel free to say it.
Well, thanks for having me on your stream.
And thanks for everybody showing up.
Yeah, and
thanks for everybody in chat. Thanks for hanging.
Your channel, Perth, and who are you?
Who am I?
Well, I know who you are, but you know, some people that may or may not be in chat might not know who you are. And
well, for the folks in chat, if you don't know who I am, you're missing out on a shitload. I'm not telling you.
I'm gonna put everybody's
find out where I am.
Whatnot in the Sound Minds. You've got a channel too, as well, don't you? Yes.
Yeah, I'm fixing to put out some stuff on some of the people that they don't really want you to know about, and a little bit of the history and a little bit of the agenda and things like that. You know, I'm kind of along the lines of I like what he puts out and when he puts out his history, and I dig into some of the same topics.
And I'm going to put everybody's channel in chat just because I don't know. I just feel like, being able to talk and find the common ground is easier when we know where to fucking look. Why am I not pulling up Sound Minds' channel? Where are you at, Sound Minds? You should throw your channel in the chat.
Well, I've got a video right now that's about an hour, a little over an hour long. That's going to go through some of the things about history and those Jesuits.
Yeah, I got some. I've got.
Let's see. Well, let me see what I can do for you.
I hope
I'm going.
Fucking
I'm going.
Chat. I'd feel stupid. I can't be subscribed to more than one Sound Minds because there should be only. Man,
I come up first on the search list.
It should be the right channel. I put it in chat if
it is.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Sound Minds. Excellent. Thank you for being here, Sound Minds.
Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you for being here as always. Let's see who else was in chat. Andrew Fishman, thank you for being here, friend. Dale Core, wherever you're at, brother, thank you for being here in chat. and you were on the live earlier. Anthro was here. Andrew Fishman, I think I mentioned you as well. And just anybody else that I might not have mentioned, it is appreciated. And on that note, folks, I think I'm going to end this live stream. I think I'm going to get off here.
Okay, later, people.
Hey, much love.
Everybody have a good week.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
Do the same. Later on, everybody.
Talk to you later. Thanks, Heath.
Yeah, you're welcome. Later, everybody.